Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Let's start on the right screen when I do my intro, how about? Welcome, welcome everyone. I just need to adjust something over here to see if I can keep it a little bit more in my peripheral view. YouTube was acting really strange earlier, so I'm worried that something might happen. So I'll just have to try to remember to look over there at times, which, you know, once I get focused on telling a story, rarely ever happens. ADHD for the win. Well, this is another kind of not really planned, but sort of planned live stream because Canada is just being Canada. There's just so much going on that it's hard for me not to get here and kind of tell everyone what's happening because it's important stuff. And there's not too many other YouTube shows like mine that are covering strictly Canadian stuff. And, you know, with everything going on, there's also like a lot of anxiety and stuff going on in me right now. So by doing this, it helps me feel like I'm at least doing something while I'm waiting for other things in the wind and stuff. So it is just, there's a whole bunch of things going on. But the thing is that there is so much that happened this week that I want to get to that I'm not going to be able to cover it all today. So I'll probably end up doing another live stream tomorrow to get to the stuff that I can't get to today, because there is just way too much to get to. I also want to warn people that today's show will be really heavy at times. Pretty dark stuff I'll be covering later on in the show. So at the end of all my news presentation, I'll stick around for a bit and kind of help people to maybe unwind a little bit and see if there's some self-care that people can start tending to and that sort of stuff. I'm not kidding, it's really bad. But again, it's important news to get out there and let people know that this is happening. Anyway, so in the Sandbox, we have Monope, Schmegly, Looney Tunes 9000, Hermit Horologist, Bad Lefty. Well, thank you everyone for coming out. I really appreciate it. Especially, you know, at this kind of like impromptu sort of time, whatever. Somebody mentioned that they like this time, that it's easier for them. And in actuality, it's nice for me too, because then it gives me a little bit more time to do something afterwards for my own self-care. Because I usually need to unwind after doing a live stream and just kind of like chill out or something of that sort. Bad Lefty, how's the writing editing going? Part of my anxiety is I'm waiting on someone. So I have a friend who said that she would read over it just to catch like the little errors and stuff of that sort. The thing is that it is a full-length novel and she also has a life. So it's taking her a bit of time, and I completely understand that. But I need to get that done before I can go to the next step of trying to find the template. And then once I get the template, start understanding things like what does the trim and the bleed and the page color mean, because the person who's designing the book cover needs to know that sort of stuff. And the thought of like, oh, right, I also have to start social medias for the author, which I am not looking forward to because I barely maintain the ones that I have right now for my channel. So it's also need to get a web page together for it. It should be pretty simple though, because there's not going to be much on it other than like, here's a little bit of info about the book and a link to where you can buy it. Because I'm not going to be telling too much about me on it, because I am trying my best to keep it separate for as long as possible from my identity. But, you know, I am looking forward to finally getting it done. Like, I was hoping to have it done this month. It's not going to happen. But, you know, when it's all things in their own time, I guess. Just looking forward to getting it done. No, Bad Lefty, you're not contributing to my anxiety. There's a lot of factors that go to my anxiety, and no one thing can control it. It's yeah, there's just been a lot in the news that I want to get to. A lot of things to follow up on too. So like not all the news is going to be horrific. Don't worry about that. It's not all horrible. Ooh, Clarence Thomas is trending. Did he die? Sorry. I just saw that on Twitter. I'm like, I'm so evil. I just need to check. Trending in politics. Oh no, just more corruption stuff. Darn it. I'm bad. Oh, anyway. Why don't we get to it? Like I said, it's not all bad stuff. We're going to start with some updates and take it from there. I have spent like the entire day working on this because it's very complex, and as most of you know, I like to do it in a narrative and follow like a certain path in a stream. And so it took me a long time to kind of weave it all together and stuff, but I think I nailed it. So we will find out. And I also need to remember when I switch from the YouTube screen to the news share screen, because if I try to share an article while I'm still on the YouTube screen, it doesn't look good. Before I skip over to this screen, I just need to make it bigger. There we go. Okay. So a little while ago, I was talking about Sarah Gemma, and she was wearing a kiap. Let me start that over again. I saw the word, darn it. A little while ago, I was covering the story of Sarah Gemma in Queen's Park wearing a keffiyeh and being told to leave because of it. And she was defying that ban because the Speaker of the House decided to put a ban on it. And despite the NDP's lackluster efforts, it has not been overturned. Doug Ford is not putting his foot down, even though he kind of said, it's not a good look, which is actually pretty big for him. So this is still an ongoing issue, and I was really not too kind to everyone else in the house because no one was standing in solidarity with her. No one else was wearing a keffiyeh to kind of back her up. A lot of people were saying, like, out of Queen's Park, out of the chamber, that, oh yeah, it's a bad idea, but, you know, it's the actions that matter. I don't really base a politician on what they say or what they think. I base my opinion on them on what they do. And none of them did anything to kind of support Sarah Jama in wearing a keffiyeh to protest this really unjust ban of having a keffiyeh in the House of Commons. So a little bit of an update on that. Breaking: Sarah Jama, along with the NDP's Christy Wong-Tam and Joel Harden, have been kicked out of the chambers for wearing a keffiyeh. So, finally, a couple other people decided to also defy the ban with Sarah Jama, knowing what the consequences would be. So we'll watch the moment here. Did I? There's not really any volume to this. So here you could see Sarah Jama, and this is Christy Wong-Tam and Joel Harden there. And look at all these people. Just kind of like, do. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not, let me look at my cell phone as opposed to this. And these two guys just like, yeah, I'm just going to look away. Let's get a better look at these people. Yeah, no, nothing going on here. You know, we're not standing up for people's right to express their culture or anything of that sort. Just a whole bunch of people not doing anything. Just really spineless politicians we have. Here's the statement from Joel Harden about this. Today I defied the keffiyeh ban at Queen's Park at the request of Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab neighbors. While the ban has been lifted in the legislative precinct, it remains in the House chambers. We'll continue to oppose this unjust ban until it is completely lifted. So what this means was, from what I'm gathering, was the keffiyeh wasn't just banned in the chamber. It was banned on Queen's Park property. So if you were going on tour in Queen's Park or something of that sort, you wouldn't be allowed to wear one. So that ban has been lifted. So people can wear this cultural symbol while they're in Queen's Park at least, but it's still not allowed in the House chamber, which is just disgusting. And this is is it Christy or Christian Wong-Tam? Ford's failure to act is making rising division and hate worse. The Speaker's ban politicizes the keffiyeh when our legislators should strive to celebrate Ontario's diversity. He must act now against cultural erasure he must act now against cultural erasure and for an inclusive legislator. I can speak fine. Let's see.
It's not what this House stands for, perpetuating what I see as racist.
That is like almost no volume on that. Well, they're not mic'd. Let's see if it gets any better.
What I see as racism or erasure of Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim culture, and that is not what this House stands for. This is the House of democracy.
Okay, it's pretty quiet, so I'm just going to, it sounds like it's Christine Wong-Tam that is speaking, and she is saying, as a basic erasure of Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim cultures, and that is not what the House stands for. This is the House of democracy. I want to also point out that MPP Jama is the only one that was named. Oh. So Joel and Christine were just told to leave, but Sarah Jama got named, which I have mentioned before, that in our political houses, people are referred to by their titles. If they're a minister, which riding they represent, but if they are named, that's like a strike against them. And so funny how she was the only one named in this situation. Even though MPP Harden and I were standing right next to her, this is an article of clothing that she has every right to wear. As long as the ban is in existence, we will take whatever necessary actions, and will work respectfully and peacefully. to ensure that this unjust ban is reversed.
Just ban is reversed.
Yeah, it's still pretty quiet. The Premier has the power to actually reverse the ban. Otherwise, we are going to place an opposition motion and force a vote, enforce a recorded vote. What we'd like to do is have the keffiyeh ban reversed and bring everyone in the house together. Okay, so we get the point there. And so later on in her tweet, she says, this happened today because of Ford's failure to act. He has allowed this stain on our democracy to continue. The responsibility to reverse this ban now lies squarely at Ford's feet. Anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab racism, and all forms of hate have no place in the chamber. At Queen's Park, Ontario NDP is committed to reversing the unjust ban on wearing the keffiyeh. I wouldn't say the NDP is, but members within the NDP are. Because Merritt Stiles is, again, she's not the greatest leader for the NDP, and it's because of her that Sarah Jama was kicked out of the NDP caucus. So I wouldn't say that it's all of the NDP, and we're going to be seeing a lot of this going forward, talking about the student protests and stuff. How there are certain members within the NDP that if they were the actual party, the NDP would be a fantastic party. However, it just seems to be members within that are doing all the work to really push more progressive policies, inclusion, things of that sort. Let's see. And right, so that's the update on Sarah Jama. So let's go back to the Sandbox. There's a lot more to cover in relation to the protests and Palestinians and just horrible members of parliament and all that sort of stuff. So let's see what people are saying in the Sandbox. Hey everyone, could use some cheering up. Oh, sorry, Hunger Games 1989. This is not going to be a stream for you. The first part, we're talking about student protests, that sort of thing. So if you're okay with that, you know, feel free to stick around. But we're going to be getting into some really dark territory after that. So you have a bit of time. And then after I cover that, I'm just going to hang with everyone for a little bit to do some self-care and unwinding, because I kid you not, it is that bad. And so, you know, I'll try to find some nice things to talk about to kind of help people decompress from what I'm going to be covering later on. But in the meantime, I hope you can find something that will cheer you up. Because, you know, you're a good person. You come to my streams, so you're a good person. We all, that's demonstrably true. That you are a wonderful person, and I appreciate you coming out. Well, we also have FG that has popped in, Grand Theft Autobot. Hello, everyone who's been coming in. Oh, Tyler Hackner is also in Germ, and I'm sorry if I'm going to miss people's names, because now that people are all getting in and starting to say things, I might miss your name as it goes up, which is good. I like to build a good community in the Sandbox. Grand Theft Autobot, Ford won't do squat. He can swallow a bee. Yes, he can. That's an old story of when he was at a press conference outdoor, a bee actually flew into his mouth, and I would like to think tried to take him out, but unfortunately was unsuccessful. I am joking. But it did lead to quite a hilarious video, and unfortunately the bee did not survive. Let's see. Oh, Soul Life is also in, and Bob. You know, I've never actually figured out how to say the second part of your name, Bob. Trish? I am no good with names, and you're going to see more of that throughout this. Okay, so we have members of the NDP, and we know where they more or less stand when it comes to the issue of Palestinians and Israel. And we have a lot of really good progressive members within that party. And we all pretty much know where the conservatives stand when it comes to the issues of Palestinians and Israel and, you know, their genocidal war-hungry party as well. So we kind of know where they stand. The liberals, though, they tend to be a little bit this, a little bit that. They have some members that are raging Zionists, and they have some members that just don't say anything. But here's a prime example of liberal Zionism, just some of the, how do you say it? The mentality behind the party. You know, they're not going to be the party that really does anything to call out Israel and what they're doing. Not unless we absolutely force them to. So let's go back here. So Tori, the lefty Canadian radical, had brought this to my attention. As in, I follow a lot of her tweets, and I found this, and it's like, oh, okay. And so the former Ontario Liberal Party leader, I feel like liberals killing off the hook quite a bit for the fact that they have people like this and Crombie lead their party. Then they pretend it's a progressive one. So right now they have Bonnie Crombie, who is the leader of their unofficial party status party, and not a great leader. Most people, well, that's just the liberals. But before her was Stephen Del Duca. Now tell me that is not a Sith Lord name. That's all I could think about during the last election was Del Duca. That is such a Sith Lord name. And it turns out, kinda, yeah. Because this is Stephen Del Duca there. This guy is auctioning Palestinian land in Canada. That's the former leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, auctioning Palestinian land in Canada. He uses the "we don't have to agree on everything" card before he is reminded that everyone should be against genocide. Auctioning Palestinian land has become a public event. His name is Stephen Del Duca, and he is the current mayor of Vaughan. So as with most former party leaders, once they step down, they usually become mayor. Like Andrea Horwath is now mayor of Hamilton. It's quite a common theme, because they use the publicity they got as party leader to then become mayors. So let's listen to this, shall we?
It's up to police. We do not have to agree on every single issue.
Yeah, genocide, there's only one correct side with that one. It's not a both sides issue.
Genocide is bad, though.
Again?
Law is not an issue. Illegal real estate events selling illegal properties and illegal settlements. Confirmed and affirmed by Canada as illegal. That is not an opinion. That is not a matter of opinion.
What's taking place in the part of the world, in the Middle East, that you are concerned about?
Say it.
Name it.
Gaza, in Israel, in Gaza, in Palestine, in Israel. It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking? Yeah, he's refusing to say the word.
Every single loss of innocent life, Palestinian, Arab, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Israeli, is heartbreaking for everybody.
If only there was a way for a lot of that killing to stop. You know, if something could be done to, you know, lessen that death toll and maybe get aid in. If only. You know, I wonder what's causing the continuation of this killing. Huh, Steve? Del Duca?
displaced 90% of them.
Can we finish? We have other issues to get to tonight. I'm sorry. I came here for other issues.
I'm here because I'm being killed right now. Have some respect.
How can you have some respect for his actions?
How can you
Sorry, what did this asshole just say?
Have some respect.
How can you have some respect for his actions?
How can you
How about you have some respect for a Zionist? That's what I heard. I don't know if that's what he said. Or just, I did hear the part where he says, have some respect for. Fill in the blank there. Just absolutely disgusting. That this is the lengths that people have to go to. Like, you can hear the desperation in her voice. She has family being slaughtered right now. And here we have the former leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario auctioning off Palestinian land. Like, how disgusting is that?
have respect for someone who allows illegal real estate events to take place in this country, approved by Canada as illegal? How can you support this?
The gentleman who was using the nail gun outside of a protest should have been arrested. That was offensive and horrible, and he should be charged. And I'm glad why are he arrested?
He's really bringing that up now as like, oh, look, we can call out our own. There was a story that I covered a while back of when these auctions were happening in other places, synagogues, mostly synagogues in Ontario, and a Zionist went to one of the protesters and attempted to attack them with a nail gun. Nobody was injured, I believe. Nobody, was severely injured at least. But, here he is. It's like, oh, but we called him out and said that was bad. So, we're on the good side here. Like, it's we're willing to call out our own. It's like, oh, it only takes an attack with a nail gun, huh? What an asshole.
It's up to police to demonstrate. They make the decision.
Palestinian will die. Every Palestinian will die. Do you not see that that's a hate crime?
You don't feel safe in your community, Mayor.
I didn't see the clip.
Do you not believe me?
No, it's not that I don't believe you. My point.
That's global.
I'm going to move to the next question.
You can't hide. We charge you with genocide. You can't hide. We charge you with genocide. You can't hide. We charge you with genocide.
Wait a second, I'm going to take that question.
Free Palestine.
I won't take that question.
Her expression. Oh my God, what did I sign up for? Maybe don't go to an event where they're selling off Palestinian land.
Free Palestine. 40,000 people dead.
Okay, so we do have other people
Aw, they look so uncomfortable. They should be.
here tonight who do want to ask other questions. Please.
13,000 children dead. 13,000 children dead. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Zionism is racism. Down with Zionism.
Okay, the first comment is, could we please use the bulletin board in front?
Yeah, all these people at this event are just getting so upset that they keep on getting interrupted while trying to sell off Palestinian land during an ongoing genocide. And it's like, can't we just have this auction in peace? Huh? Is that too much to ask for? Wow, like, I can't understand the mentality of somebody who would go to an auction like that. And it's I just recently watched Zone of Interest. And here, I'm just going to switch back to the screen. Disturbing movie of just how people came to accept the slaughter that was happening right next to them. But this kind of reminds me of the scene in the movie where they have a bag of clothing that they're going through to select which they, oh, this is nice. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. And I'm pretty sure you can guess who that clothing was from. How is what these people in this audience, How is that any different? That they are sitting there and bidding on land with people who have been slaughtered that aren't there anymore. This land has been stolen from them. People have been killed. And here they are auctioning off the land that they occupied. Really disturbing.
This comment is, could we please use the bulletin board in front of the Calgary Heritage Center to community events like this?
Okay, let me answer that one. You can.
We don't want to interrupt you. We're tired of interrupting. We're tired of disrupting. I want you to listen. Law after law after law after
Yeah, just wow. To be able to do that. Oh, so horrible. That they think it's okay to be selling off this land. Well, there's currently a genocide happening. Like, it's never okay, but my God. Just wow. Wow. I just wanted to quickly get back to Hunger Games 1989. Thanks, Sandy. I know when I come here, the topics you cover are going to be tough, but it's the people here that make it enjoyable no matter what the topics. Thank you. Trying to keep it, you know, it's important to know this stuff, but it can be hard to take. So let's get to another mayor of a city who is also whining and crying Zionist. So Mark Sutcliffe, he is the mayor of Ottawa. For those of you Americans who don't know, that is the capital of Canada. And he says, I'm very disappointed that the flag-raising ceremony to commemorate Israel's Independence Day has been canceled for the first time ever for safety and security reasons. This decision was made after consultation with the Ottawa Police Service and the Jewish Federation of Ottawa, with whom I've spoken regularly over the past several days. The Jewish community is a vital and important part of our city. Members of Ottawa's Jewish community have faced a significant increase of anti-Semitism, threats, and hostilities in the past 7 months. Calling Israel out for doing a genocide isn't anti-Semitic. And there has been an increase, but part of that increase that you see in the numbers is from people protesting the genocide, which is Well, the Israeli flag will still fly at City Hall on May 14th, as it does every year since 2007, and as the city does for more than 190 countries with whom Canada has diplomatic relations. It will be another blow to the Jewish community that the customary ceremony will not take place because of escalating threats and hostility. Our shared priority must continue to be the safety of all Ottawa residents. Let's come together to support our friends and neighbors in the Jewish community and stamp out hatred and racism in all its forms. In all its forms, you say? Hatred and racism in all its forms? All of them? So Zionists, too have to be included in that, huh? Maybe? Maybe? No? Oh, it's okay when Zionists do it, but, not when anyone else does it. Okay, gotcha. And this was just the person that I found this from, who says, Tyler, who says, I'm a proud fourth generation Jewish Ottawan, lives in Ottawa. My family helped build the community and ran the most iconic Jewish business in the city's history, the Rideau Bakery. Raising the flag of a state committing genocide goes against every value I was instilled with and betrays our humanity. But the mayor was not done crying. Just a couple days later, like all residents of our city, Ottawa's Jewish community deserves to gather whenever it chooses in an environment that is free from hate, violence, and racism. This is fundamental to a city that is free and democratic. Over the past 2 days, I have listened carefully to members of the community, and I agree that they and everyone in our community should be able to hold events in public spaces without fear, threats, and intimidation. Oh, so you mean people wearing keffiyehs? Palestinians? People who are pro-Palestine, they should be able to hold events in public spaces? They should be? Huh? You're including them, aren't you? Aren't you, Mayor of Ottawa? My responsibility is to do everything possible to protect the safety of all members of our community. I asked the Chief of Police and city officials to work with the Jewish Federation of Ottawa on a plan for an event to mark Israel's Independence Day while protecting the security and safety of everyone involved. We must ensure that members of the Jewish community and all residents of our city can gather whenever they choose to do so in safety and free from intimidation and fear. We must continue to support our Jewish community, which is experiencing increasing higher levels of anti-Semitism. Let's all work together to ensure our city is safe and free from violence and racism in all its forms. All of its forms, huh? And you'll be seeing a lot of things from Sam because he's Sam Haresh. I believe he's Ottawa based, so he comes up a few times in this. No one disagrees Jews or any religious community should be able to gather safely, but Israel Independence Day isn't a religious event. And that's what I'm kind of perplexed by, that they're putting so much value on raising an Israeli flag for Israeli Independence Day, which, the way that Israel became a state is very problematic to begin with. I don't know of other countries we celebrate their Independence Day. Like we don't celebrate the American Independence Day here in Canada. I don't remember Australian, New Zealand. No. I don't think we even celebrate the end of apartheid in South Africa. I don't think that's a thing. Because it's not uncommon for different flags to go up on the poles for, cultural reasons. The pride flags will often go up during Pride Month and that sort of thing. But why raise an Israel flag to celebrate their independence? And get so upset that we're not doing that. Like, it's a little bit perplexing to me. And so Sam continues, it's a celebration of a country committing multiple unspeakable war crimes, and conflating that with the Jewish community writ large is wrong. But luckily, Toronto. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I got confused because it got canceled in Ottawa, but apparently it's going to go forward in Toronto. Israel has killed 40,000 people and is doing a ground invasion. I talked to someone today from Gaza about what it's like in Rafah, and he said scorched earth, and Toronto picks Israel's side. And that's from Nora Loreto, a really good person to follow on her social media platforms. really good journalist. And I won't be able to read this article because I've reached my maximum limit of Toronto Star articles. But I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Israel flag raising event going ahead at Toronto City Hall. Like it is just there's no like read the room going on with some of these places. That nation is currently committing a genocide, and they want to raise that flag. You know, it's kind of like, oh, look at the Americans on January 6th and all the people attacking the White House. Why don't we raise the Confederate flag for them? We wouldn't do that. No, that's not something we would do in that case. The thought of raising a flag of a nation that is currently doing a genocide is just so... I just think I can't wrap my head around it. That this is still even a question of what's happening over there. Like sometimes I feel like I'm going insane with all these Zionists out there that are still just having all this support for Israel when we can see what's happening to the people in Gaza. We know the history. It's not hidden anymore. And yet so many people are still out there like, oh, look, let's raise that flag. You know, I'm kind of astonished that, you know, Ottawa didn't raise the Nazi flag during the Second World War. And they say that, and I'm like, but did they? I don't know. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me, let's put it that way. And now we get into some statements from some of our political leaders. And I've put in a bunch of statements from a bunch of different politicians because I feel it's important that Canadians get to know the names of our politicians and get an idea of what parties they belong to, what the mentality is, the values that they support. Because again, so many Canadians don't know who our politicians are and what they represent. So I feel it's important to sometimes just highlight some lesser known politicians. Pierre Poilievre, well-known politician, but we'll get into some politicians that I unfortunately will not be able to pronounce their names because I haven't even heard them enough to even attempt it. But here's just some comments from some of the politicians. Hamas is a death cult with a mandate to destroy the Jewish state. They have murdered thousands of Jews. Their leaders live in luxury while Palestinian people live in squalor. Anyone wearing this symbol is deranged, sadistic, or both. And he's talking about some people wearing a Hamas flag at a protest in Ottawa. Hamas is not a death cult. They were resisting an occupation. I don't feel they should have killed innocent people, but they're not a death cult. They don't have a mandate to destroy the Jewish state. Let's see, who did I get this from? No, okay, let's go back. I guess I got it straight from him. No. But yeah, this is the contrast. So you have members of the NDP who are very pro-Palestinian, members of the Liberal Party that are very wishy-washy. And then you just have the Conservatives that are pretty much pro-genocide. And so here's Nikki Ashton. She's from the federal NDP. So compare and contrast. Her statement, Canada needs to call out and condemn Israel's assault on Rafah, what it is. Sorry, let me read that over. From Nikki Ashton, Canada needs to call out and condemn Israel's assault on Rafah for what it is. A genocide. No more excuses. We must act to save lives. So Nikki Ashton, very good NDP MP. If there's ever a leadership race, she's one of the people I hope will run. Now we have the Prime Minister making a statement. And so this was back on May 6th. Oops. Getting my earphones all tangled up here. There we go. Let's see what the Prime Minister has to say.
Belief at its simplest. Let me be clear. In a country like Canada, it should be, and it must be, safe to declare oneself a Zionist.
I'm all for people self-identifying themselves. Sure, why not? You know, let people call themselves Zionists. They can do that. It helps me know who to avoid.
Jewish or not. Zionism is not a dirty word or something anyone should be targeted for agreeing with. It is the belief, at its simplest, that Jewish people, like all peoples, have the right to determine their own future.
I'm all for that for Jewish people, but not all Zionists are Jewish and not all Jewish people are Zionists. And I support Jewish people. I do not support Zionists. That is an ideology. A very destructive one, hateful one. One that is currently pro-genocide of another group. But I haven't listened to all of this. I wonder if he says anything about the Palestinians that the Zionists are slaughtering. Let's, who knows? Maybe he does.
Shortly after the Holocaust, Israel was established as a safe haven for Jewish people, a place to live in security and with dignity.
How was it established? Not going to mention that. You're not going to mention how? No? Okay.
A place to build a future without fear. Threatening, harassing, and excluding Canadians because of their faith, their identity, or because they support the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland is absolutely unacceptable.
But we're judging them on their ideology, Zionist ideology. That's a choice to believe that, to do that. And I judge people for it.
You can be a Zionist and strongly support the creation of a Palestinian state living in peace and security alongside Israel.
Can you? Because the Zionists seem to be very intent on making sure that there are no Palestinians left to create that second state. What kind of garbage is he saying?
Strongly support the creation of a Palestinian state living in peace and security alongside Israel.
But that's not what they're doing. They are actively wiping out all the Palestinians. Like, it just... No Zionist is encouraging a strong Palestinian state next to them. Oh, Weasley Law.
A view I know is shared by many in the Jewish community and across Canada. That's my belief, too.
So are you saying you're a Zionist, Justin Trudeau?
Urgent work is needed now more than ever to keep that vision alive, of a two-state solution, of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. Anti-Semitism in every form, whether it's on the internet or in certain chants we've been hearing, is unacceptable.
Certain chants we've been hearing? Like the ones that the students protest? The ones that are anti-genocide chants, those ones? The ones that say free, free Palestine? Is that what he's talking about?
We all know that anti-Semitism wasn't new 80 years ago, and it didn't stop in 1945. And as my friend Erwin Kotler taught me, anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine of global hatred. What starts with Jews never ends with Jews.
It continues on to people like Palestinians. Yeah, he didn't mention anything, but can't say I'm surprised. But you have the choice in the next election between him and probably him. We're doomed. Compare and contrast. So we have Heather McPherson, another NDP MP. How about you finally implement a two-way arms embargo and apply sanctions, Melanie Joly? You have tools that can help end this horror and you aren't using them. Your government's inaction is complicity. So Melanie Joly released a statement, and she is the Foreign Affairs Minister. And she says, we urge Israel to refrain from a full-scale operation in Rafah. We're using strong words here. We don't think you should go into this overcrowded refugee camp and just indiscriminately bomb. Not a good idea. The impact on over 1 million civilians seeking refuge, many being women and children, would be devastating. Yeah. But why are there over 1 million civilians in Rafah? We continue to call for an urgent humanitarian ceasefire, for all hostages to be released, and for more aid. What's causing that humanitarian crisis? I don't think she mentions it, but let's listen to her statement, shall we?
Be released. We need, when it comes to Rafah, our position has been clear since the beginning. The situation in Gaza is catastrophic, and the people that are in Rafah, for the vast majority, have already been displaced. They have nowhere else to go. An invasion of Rafah, which would endanger the lives of...
Why do they have nowhere else to go? Because I know Canada isn't accepting any refugees from Gaza, even though 1,000 visas were, potentially granted, but nobody's actually been able to make it over to Canada from Gaza as of yet. So why is it that they have nowhere else to go? Huh? The Liberals are so infuriating.
Women and children and innocent civilian is completely unacceptable, and Canada continues to put pressure on the Israeli officials and government, and also working with our allies.
We'll get to that pressure we're putting on. We'll get there.
We've been following the negotiations, which are very fluid. We've been in contact with many officials on the Israeli side, on the Qatari side, on the Egyptian side, and we really hope that the negotiations are fruitful, because we need a ceasefire now. We need to make sure that hostages...
She's making this sound like a board meeting. We hope negotiations are fruitful, and that we can get a new espresso machine in the cafeteria, because that would benefit everyone who goes in there. Let's have some fruitful negotiations here on this. Like, there's no sense of urgency or compassion in her voice for what is happening there. Just totally lost on the point.
Be released. We need humanitarian aid to go into Gaza. The violence must stop, and Hamas must lay down its weapons.
How about Israel lays down their weapons? Because there's a lot of talk right now of Hamas fighting back, and there's some Israelis, IDF soldiers that are being killed here and there. But how do you know for sure that they're actually Hamas, or people just trying to defend themselves at this point? what kind of weapons does Hamas have at this point? It is just, this is so imbalanced where the power is in this situation. It's not comparable. And so to say Hamas must lay down its weapons while not saying the same thing about Israel is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So this is how committed. Oh, no, wait a sec. I'm getting ahead of myself. So compare and contrast. Another politician. So this is one of the politicians that I want to bring attention to. Another NDP MP. Not surprising. And so he says, and this is where we get into the names I have no chance of pronouncing. Chandra, Chandra Arya. My statement in Parliament on Gaza. During the last about 200 days, Israel has killed over 34,000 Palestinians, including about 14,000 children. In Gaza, Israel has displaced 90% of the population, destroyed 70% of the infrastructure, destroyed all universities, and demolished all hospitals. Not satisfied with this, Israel has now initiated a ground invasion into Rafah. The reign of Israeli terror must come to an end. Innocent Palestinians, including children held in Israel, must be released, and the terrorist organization Hamas must unconditionally release all hostages immediately, of course. United States has admitted their bombs have been used to kill Palestinians. I call on Canada to immediately implement an official arms embargo using Canada's Special Economic Measures Act and pressure Israel to end its invasion. This is the issue that defies who we are as Canadian. So let's just, before we go to his video, why are you not there? So Member of Parliament of Canada, he doesn't say which riding. Oh, Neopen. Oh, it's just, that's more liberal colors, but I'm fairly certain he's NDP. Oh no, he's actually a liberal. Okay, credit where credit is due. We have a liberal here. A liberal saying this. Wow, that's a rarity. Again, this is why we need to get to know their names. I think this one was really loud.
1,000 Palestinians.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, during the last about 200 days, Israel has killed over 34,000 Palestinians, including about 14,000 children. In Gaza, Israel has displaced 90% of the population, destroyed 70% of the infrastructure, destroyed all universities, and demolished all hospitals. Not satisfied with this, Israel has now initiated a ground invasion of Rafah. The reign of Israeli terror must come to an end.
There we have it right there. This is a liberal MP actually speaking up. You know, and it'd be nice if Justin Trudeau was saying the same things. But we'll get to another leader of a party and their lack of expression on this issue as well. So it goes to show that there's at least one outspoken member of the Liberal Party that is calling this out.
Innocent Palestinians, including children held in Israel, must be released, and the terrorist organization Hamas must unconditionally release children held in Israel must be released. The reign of Israeli terror must come to an end. Innocent Palestinians, including children held in Israel, must be released.
Wow, that is pretty bold for a liberal to say, to actually acknowledge the people being held by Israel. Like, I wish this wasn't shocking to hear this coming from a liberal MP. To actually acknowledge the fact that Israel is holding innocent Palestinians as well. Like, it was...
and the terrorist organization Hamas must unconditionally release all the hostages immediately. United States has admitted their bombs have been used to kill Palestinians. I call Canada to immediately implement an official arms embargo using Canada's Special Economic Measures Act and pressure Israel to end its invasion. This is the issue that defines who
Member for Calgary.
So, talking about other leaders, we have Jagmeet Singh. He is the leader of the federal NDP. Now, we've heard some comments, and we'll get to more stuff from NDP MPs. So I wonder what Jagmeet has to say about the invasion of Rafah, about the student protests. And so I have his Twitter page up here. And let's see where his statement is on this. Oh, sure, show me up. This just came up while I was doing this. It wasn't there when I did this. For decades, Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau have worked against Palestinian human rights at the UN. That must end. Yesterday, Canada abstained from the recognition of Palestinian state. Justin Trudeau could have stood with countries like France and Spain. He chose not to. On May 21st, European countries are planning to recognize Palestinian state. New Democrats demand Canada do the same. Join us in putting pressure on Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau to change their stand. This will help bring peace and security for both Palestinians and Israelis. Okay, so egg on my face, because that wasn't there when I was putting this show together. It's literally 3 hours old because I was scrolling down. This is the last one I saw, and so he's talking a lot about reproductive rights because the Conservatives are now have reproductive rights under fire. And I'll be covering that more tomorrow when I do a live stream about how that is now starting to become a much, much bigger issue here in Canada. And he was talking a lot about that. But like here, he's going to a counter protest for the people to defend a woman's right to choose. Person who can become pregnant, you know. If we keep on scrolling down, just more stuff. Birth control issues, affordability issues. Let's see, more birth control. More talking about women's reproductive rights. Okay, he's making that his thing for sure. And we keep on scrolling down. I'm sure he's mentioning the protests somewhere, the student protests somewhere. Let's see. And there was the groceries, mentioning that this is a very racist headline, which it is. I covered that in my last live stream. Oh, here we go. I stand in solidarity with students and anti-war advocates. What is happening in the US right now is very dangerous and alarming. In Canada, I want students to know this. It is your right to peacefully protest, and I will defend that. New Democrats will continue to stand for peace and justice, for protection of your charter rights, and for ensuring every student feels safe and welcome on campus. That is so milquetoast it could be liberal. Anti-war advocates? Is that what the people protesting a genocide are? They're just anti-war advocates? Stands in solidarity with the students that were under attack by Zionists down in the States. And this is from May 2nd. So you can see why I was so put off when I started this little segment here. And that it took him, you know, just this long, just so that, you know, he could make me look bad by eventually having this one statement that, again, pretty milquetoast. Not the strong, powerful language that you hear from other members of his party. I really, really wish there had been a leadership race. And so if we go back to Melanie Joly, saying Canada will do all that we can to get this arms, to help the humanitarian crisis and all that sort of stuff, we have this. So many of you may have already seen this. Thank you to the people of the world and nations and majority of the states who voted for Palestinian self-determination for Palestinians' existence and future. Thank you for standing for humanitarian, for the UN Charter, and for freedom and justice. Onwards and upwards. And this is from the United Nations. They did a vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES10/L30/revision 1, please signify. Those against and abstentions.
The General Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES10/L30/revision 1, entitled Admission of New Members to the United Nations. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed.
So it feels like, America's Got Talent or The Voice or something like that. And it's like, has everyone voted? Are the votes in? Let's add dramatic pause here.
Please lock the machine. 142.
Three guesses where Canada voted. But you should only need one. Oh, they don't look happy, the people from Israel.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 143. Against, 9. Abstentions, 25. Draft resolution A/ES10/L30/Rev 1 is adopted.
Good. Now, for those of you who are in complete suspense as to where Canada landed on that, yeah, we abstained. Canada abstained. After Melanie Joly was saying all those strong statements about urging Israel and all this sort of stuff and the devastating and Canada will do everything it can. Canada still couldn't vote on this. They just didn't vote. They abstained. This country's an embarrassment sometimes. So this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. Just now at the UNGA, Canada abstained on a resolution upgrading Palestinian status to the UN and recommending full membership. The motion gives Palestinian additional rights, privileges at the UN, but they still cannot vote. It passed 143 to 9. Canada should have voted yes. And we should have. But remember all those strong words from Melanie Joly? Well, here's her official statement on that vote. Canada abstains from United Nations General Assembly resolution on admission of new members to the United Nations. It's long. I'm not going to read it all. Let's see if I can scan through some of this. I'm not great at speed reading. So mentioning, when Israel was created 75 years ago, October 7th will forever be a date seared into our memories. Hamas killed over 1,200 people. If the death of those 1,200 people are seared into your memory, how about the 40,000 that have been killed in Gaza? Is that seared into your memory? least acknowledges it. Since October 7th, thousands of Palestinian civilians have been killed in the military conflict that followed that fateful day. Nearly 2 million people have been displaced, and even more now face imminent starvation. The scale of the humanitarian crisis is catastrophic. And who is causing that crisis? Who? Huh? You can mention who's causing, like, why are they about to face imminent starvation? Huh? Canada has mourned the loss of all these lives. You mean the same people that want to raise the Israeli flag? Those people? An immediate ceasefire is needed. Humanitarian relief is needed. Canada's approach to the crisis has been guided by several principles. Israel has a right to exist and to defend itself in accordance with international law. Then it would help if it was actually following international law, but it's been breaking that quite regularly. Because every nation, I feel, has a right to defend itself. What they're doing is not defense. Not even close. The Palestinian people must be able to realize their right to self-determination. Maybe stop slaughtering them? The protection of civilians is paramount and a strict requirement under international humanitarian law. You know, point 1 and point 3 seem to be really contradicting each other right now. As the General Assembly considers granting additional privileges for the Palestinian delegation at the United Nations and recommending the Security Council reconsider full United Nations membership for Palestine, the prospects for a lasting peace are bleaker than ever. Canada has decided to abstain on the General Assembly resolution in response to efforts to prevent the realization of two-state solution. So you're worried that if they started to get recognized that it would prevent a two-state solution? And that is just so horrific. You also could have voted no. Then, if that's the case, if you feel so strongly about it and really make it clear where Canada stands on this. The Netanyahu government has made clear in its words and in its actions that it rejects a two-state solution. So who's the problem here? Is it the Palestinians or is it Netanyahu? Who's the problem when it comes to getting that two-state solution that Canada seems to be so much wanting? We believe there must be illegal settlements and settler violence in the West Bank are growing at alarming rates with impunity. We believe there must be continued progress towards Palestinian self-determination. This is, but we just, okay, yeah, they must be able to realize their right to self-determination, but you voted against that because you're afraid that if they get too much self-determination, that this two-state solution thing that Netanyahu isn't wanting won't happen. Am I reading this right? Stuff about Hamas. It is clear we must urgently build a credible path to achieving the two-state solution, one that gives both Palestinian and Israelis that they may live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. That process cannot indefinitely delay the creation of a Palestinian state. Canada is prepared to recognize the state of Palestine at the time most conducive to lasting peace, not necessarily as a last step along a path. We will continue to support efforts towards peace and regional stability, will we? Because we keep on selling weapons. Like, true, there's they said that they won't do any future arms sales, but there's no, you know, the ones that were already in place are still going through. So we aren't really supporting that piece too much. We will maximize pressure on Hamas and the Iranian regime, including through sanctions. How about we sanction Israel? We will impose sanction on extremist settlers supporting the strengthening of Palestinian Authority and introduction of reforms to deliver for Palestinians. We further committed to, yeah, we don't really need to read the rest of this. We kind of get the drift, huh? We kind of get the drift. But it's just so frustrating. But before we get into the student protests here in Canada, just wanted to lighten it up a little bit. Just a little. Breaking. Israeli occupation force report 12 IDF soldiers injured after being stung by bees in the southern Gaza Strip. Go bees! First they try to take out Ontario's premier, and now they're after the IDF soldiers. Good. Go bees! I just recently watched The Beekeeper too. So not really related, but it's just yeah. Go back to the main shot. So next we'll be covering student protests. Let me just double check my docket. Yeah, it's student protest stuff there. And then we'll be getting into the other news stories of the day. And we've been at it for over an hour, so this might be a longer stream, as is. Like I said, there's so much happening in Canada that I'm also carrying on over into tomorrow to do a live stream as well. But before we get on to the student protests here in Canada, let's check the Sandbox. Okay, I think I know where we're at. Grand Theft Autobot also says, I think he said, have some respect for a Zionist. That's what I thought that guy said, which just sounds so ridiculous. I have no respect for Zionists, none. But yeah, it was hard to tell exactly what he was saying. And also from Grand Theft Autobot, Zionists. But I want to buy my beachfront soon-to-be Gulf Resort property now. I don't know how these auctions, like, as far as I know, they're not allowed. So I don't know why they're going forward, especially having, you know, a now current mayor, former Liberal Party leader hosting it. Like, it just blows my mind that that they're allowed to get away with this. But then again, you know, considering everything that Justin Trudeau has said, is it really shocking that they're not cracking down on it? Bad lefty, if you're at a slave auction, you don't have the right to be comfortable, or a stolen blood-soaked land auction in this case. Yeah, some of them were looking really uncomfortable. Grand Theft Autobot, world's smallest violin playing the world's saddest song. Maybe, yeah, talking about the Ottawa mayor then. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, an IOF is a death cult with mandate to eradicate the Palestinian state. They have murdered tens of thousands of Palestinians. Netanyahu and his warmonger sycophants sits in relatively safety behind. Yeah, the goal of Pierre to be like, oh, Hamas is a death cult. Meanwhile, the IDF or IOF is committing genocide. Like, that is a death cult there. Oh. Hunger Games, 1989. Justin Trudeau is following in his father's footsteps. Also very complicit in genocides. Over 60 residential schools were running when he was Prime Minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Justin's father. Over 60 residential schools were still in operation. I actually did count it at one point for a video I did a while back. So is it no surprise that, you know, under Justin Trudeau, there's not going to be any real acknowledgement of what Canada did to Indigenous peoples, or to call out another country, another settler country committing genocide? Bad Lefty, the Palestinians have both the moral and legal right to arm resistance under international law, unlike Israel and the US and UK and EU backers mantra of Israel's right to defend, which, again, under international law, they literally don't have the right to use military force against an occupied population of Gaza or West Bank, East Jerusalem, for that matter. Yeah, they're a resistance force. And that's not to say that I agree with killing civilians, because I don't. But they weren't doing it because they want to eradicate Jewish people. They were doing it because they're suffering. They're trying to survive. It's just, Okay, let's get into the students' protest. It got heated at one location, Calgary in particular. Let's see. Oh, but before, we have a statement from the Premier of Ontario about these pro-Palestinian demonstrators. So he Doug Ford had something to say about them. And he does that during a Holocaust memorial event at Queen's Park. You can't make this up. He calls out the student protesters during a Holocaust memorial event at Queen's Park. You know, the people who are protesting against the genocide. Let's get to it. So this is from Global News in Cullen. Premier Doug Ford, during a Holocaust memorial event at Queen's Park, turned his attention to pro-Palestinian demonstrators and campus occupiers. We need to remove those people, Ford said. The universities have to make a move. Ford calls the protests disturbing and fueled with hatred. He ends the message, you don't come to Ontario no matter what culture you are and stir things up. During a Holocaust memorial event, calling out people who are protesting against a genocide. I think this one was loud. I don't know. We'll find out.
You live in peace. And I wish those people in the parks, at the universities, could hear your story. That we need to remove those people. The these universities have to make a move. It's so disturbing. When I see these protests, yeah, we live in a democracy. Everyone's allowed to protest peacefully. And that's what I mean, peacefully.
The protesters at these campuses have been peaceful. There's no question about that. They have been peaceful. And as we'll see when we get to Calgary, the only reason why it wasn't peaceful was because of the police escalating the situation.
The hatred I have seen on these protests, I've never seen before in my entire 60 years, not quite 59 years, of living here in Toronto. In my entire hatred I have seen on these protests, I've never seen before in my entire 60 years, not quite 59 years.
People saying free Palestine and the genocide, they're more hateful than the trucker convoy with the F Trudeau flags all over the place. the Million March for Children, you know, all the homophobic and queerphobic people, transphobic people. But people saying free Palestine are more hateful than them? Guess you can figure out whose side he's on.
Of living here in Toronto. We're here. You want to be here in Ontario? You live in peace and love. That's what we encourage all the time, is making sure we respect every single culture, no matter where you're from.
Every single culture except those Palestinians, because, you know, the kafia is banned at Queen's Park, and I can do something about it, but I'm not gonna. It's Doug Ford for you.
No matter if you're from Palestine or if you're from Israel or you're anywhere else, if you live peacefully, that's what we expect here. You don't come to Ontario, no matter what culture you are, and stir things up. As simple as that.
Yeah, don't come to Ontario and express your beliefs that are against mine. Like, how dare these people come to Ontario and do that? Wow. What a horrible piece of trash he is. Absolutely horrible piece of trash. But he's not the only premier, conservative premier of a province that is talking about these student protesters like they're the bad guys.
The Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, is saying...
Whoops, I still have that one on high speed. So, Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, also had stuff to say about the protests that are happening on campuses.
Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, is saying she has no problem with police moving in. They ended a pro-Palestinian encampment, a protest that had been set up at the University of Calgary last night. We've seen these sorts of protests, of course, in many parts of the country, Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, elsewhere. Smith was asked about the protests and the dismantling by police. Here's some of what she was saying.
Well, we've been watching what's been happening across the country, and it's already out of control in Ontario and Quebec and elsewhere.
As somebody who lives in Ontario, I can say they're not out of control. They have been incredibly peaceful, and there's even been a slight gain, and we'll get to that slight gain in a little while. Like, I don't know which reality they're living in. If they've seen any footage of the protests going on in the campuses, they are literally people just set up tents, not bothering others. Like, it's just, they're seeing what they want to see. They're lying. Like, they're just flat out lying because the truth doesn't back up their agenda.
Elsewhere, and the universities can't allow it to get out of control, and they can't allow hate speech. So there are reasonable ways to protest, and the University of Calgary in particular has said that trespass and camping is not acceptable on their ground.
They weren't trespassing. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But, you know, here's another politician saying, I'm all for people protesting. Just protest the way that I want you to protest, as in a way that's totally ineffective and out of sight, out of mind. You can protest all you want like that. But as soon as you become visible, then, you know, she's basically glad that the Calgary police went in and started being violent. Didn't get nearly as violent as in the United States, but still pretty bad.
And I understand that they removed the encampments yesterday.
Unlike elsewhere, the police in Calgary moved...
But that just goes to say, police are always so eager to destroy encampments, no matter what that encampment is.
Moved in just about 15 hours or so after those first tents went up.
Putting up temporary structures is not allowed on the University of Calgary campuses without prior permission.
No structures allowed on campus without prior permission. That's what the police were saying as they dismantled the camp last night at the request of the university itself. At the height of the rally, there were about 150 people present. The university issuing a statement saying individuals gathered on campus were informed multiple times that our policies do not permit temporary structures. They add that members of the campus community are free to protest, of course, but they are not free to camp.
What, no camping in Canada? That's the only thing we do in our pastime. And this is from Rabbi David. I can't say his last name. He's on top of a lot of these issues and stuff. And so here we get to learn about another NDP MP speaking in support of the students, I believe. Yes. The dangers of using national... Okay. I have so many tabs open, I'm getting confused with some of them as to what they're saying. So, oh, MLA. So, I believe that's Alberta. Well, it could be many. Or is he BC? Depending on which province you're an MLA or an MPP. So not federal level, provincial level representative. And the CIJA, which is our Zionist organization here, similar to AIPAC in the United States, is going berserk attacking BC MLA Aman Singh for daring to point out that not all Jews agree with their racism. CIJA does not speak for Canada's Jew. In fact, no one does. We are a widely diverse community, more so every day. And Haley had posted this to her Twitter account saying, excellent speech from Aman Singh on the dangers of using nationalism to defend against accusations of hate and right-wing extremists claiming to represent an entire group of people.
The weaponization of anti-Semitism against students opposing genocide allows the Israeli state to cement its occupation and expand its colonial and apartheid forces in Palestine. From UBC here, the Independent Jewish Voices. We are a group of Jewish students, staff, and faculty at UBC, the encampment that my friend talks about. We are inspired by the level of trust, dedication, and anti-discrimination we see in the UBC encampment, the group said in a statement. As Jewish members of the UBC community, we support and are part of this peaceful encampment. We are here alongside our peers, our friends, our classmates, our students. We add our voices to those urging UBC to take a principled and ethical stance towards the genocide taking place on Gazans. And there's a lot more there. Again, governments need to be incredibly circumspect when it comes to policing speech. That, Madam Speaker, is a slippery path down which we do not want to go. Mr. Speaker. It's a path that directly leads to totalitarianism. But our government also has zero tolerance of hate of any kind, not only on campus, but everywhere else. We have shown that from the time that we got elected here. From the very start, we reinstated the Human Rights Commissioner, which the other side got rid of, since they have already gotten partisan. An independent body that has the power to look at government action and inaction. That's also why we have launched an impressive amount of work in combating racism and discrimination, that work being debated right here. In the area of sexualized violence, today we heard about Red Dress Day, sexualized and gender-based violence, the province requires all post-secondary institutions have sexualized violence policies. When it comes to post-secondary universities, each institution has its own policies in place, and we as a government expect them to uphold those policies, as we expect the police to arrest people that commit hate speech or hate crimes, which clearly it works, it has happened. Our government has been extremely clear that hate of any kind will not be tolerated in British Columbia. We expect post-secondary institutions to support a diverse community that is safe, welcoming, and inclusive. But students and staff have the right to free expression, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member.
Oh, somebody standing up for the students with their right to express themselves. And that is an MLA from BC, NDP. And of course, Sarah Jama and Matthew Green. Super proud of McMaster students for holding it down at BSB Field. McMaster launched an indefinite encampment calling on University Amin to divest and join the global calls for academic boycotts in solidarity with Palestine. And not surprised to see them there and glad that they are. Again, it's important to start learning our politicians' names. Matthew Green, Sarah Jama. Federal NDP, independent. Sarah Jama is an independent because the Ontario NDP kicked her out for supporting Palestinians a little bit before they did. And some of you might remember, I've been covering this douche canoe a lot. Anthony Horsefarter, as somebody said in the chat, which I kind of really love. Anthony Housefather, a proud Zionist. The most difficult place to be a Jewish Canadian is on university campuses. Today we held press conference where Jewish students from across the country told their stories. Tomorrow hearings at the Justice Committee begins. Yes, it's difficult to be a Jewish Canadian on university campuses if, you know, you're part of the protest and being targeted by Zionists. Very difficult. And this is just Rabbi David again. Jews in Hamilton are part of the McMaster student intifada along with McMaster. That's the Voice of Solidarity for Palestinian and Human Rights at McMaster U, which some of us are members of. No Jews are unsafe on any campus. That's a cynical lie. Zionists are grasping at straws. No real arguments left. And there's a big long statement from Independent Jewish Voices Hamilton on this that I'm not going to read in full, but you can feel free to just pause the screen here and then pause it here. So, somebody very much contradicting what Anthony Horsefarter said. And here's another person contradicting what Anthony Horsefarter said. My terrifying, unsafe experience as a Jew at the U Ottawa student encampment. Look at that. So horrible. Oh no, the horror. I'm horrified by the cuteness. That is just so horribly cute. See how out of control this encampment is. My God, the dogs are running wild. They're running amok. They're stealing food off the plates of people. That's so outrageous. These protests are out of control. Yeah. But speaking of protests that got out of control, it wasn't because of the students. It was because the university decided to call in the police at Calgary University. How Calgary police treat a genocide denier versus how they treat students trying to stop a genocide. So, very peaceful there. But here, let's bring out the shields and start kicking people out. But there's a long history of remembering like who the police tend to back up in these types of protests. So remember this video from way back when. Are the police hugging those freedom trucker convoy people at the Coots border in Canada, shaking hands, hugging, looking all buddy-buddy. This despite the fact that members of this particular branch of the freedom truckers that were blockading the Coots border were found guilty of wanting to assassinate RCMP officers. But this is how they're treated. You know, all singing "Oh Canada" and stuff. They're just getting along really well. You know, the police are just really in their element here. And then we get to this. For peaceful student protesters. And this is from Jim Wells. Earlier, when Calgary police form up and enter an area where protesters have occupied an area of University of Calgary. Yep. People threatening to kill law enforcement. Student protesters staying to themselves on campus in tents. And this is from CCMF on Twitter. This shitty university clearly got a lot to hide if their response to peaceful students who just gathered this morning demanding divestment from genocide is to call hundreds of cops. Shame on University of Calgary, shame on Calgary police. See them tearing down the tents and stuff. Remember, these students were just peacefully protesting, just sitting there in tents. And there's more footage from this. So this is from Terrell Tailfeathers. He was at the event for over an hour before his phone died. And he was live streaming this to Twitter. Let's just back up a little bit here. So right before his phone died, he was able to talk to one of the protesters a little bit.
Snipers, you can do this. If you're scared, go the fuck home.
Just back up a little.
Snipers, you can do this. If you're scared, go the fuck home. Children, walk towards snipers in Gaza.
And this is what, like, they weren't even being this vocal when the university decided to call the police on them. For what?
Our university?
Thank everybody that has exited the University of Calgary campus to the north. We do make sure that everybody does leave here safely. We do ask you to leave to the north as you are trespassing.
Genocide enablers.
Thank you for your understanding.
Especially want to divest.
Please exit to the north.
Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and other weapons manufacturers that are killing children in Gaza and Palestine. We want to extend the movement to the United students, faculty, and staff. We want to end cuts and austerity to our university.
Again, these protests are really well organized. They have spokespeople, they have statements to read out. You know, none of these protests were like just haphazard. Like, they all were very well organized. They all worked together, and they all had strict codes of conduct to not provoke the police, to not be violent, to not harass or target anyone else on campus.
And we will do that precisely by divesting, liquidating these companies, and using that money in order to fund education, in order to fund life-giving systems instead of death-producing ones.
very clear demands from these students and stuff. So if you're still on the hostile fart sauna of Twitter, feel free to go to Terrell and follow him. A little bit more. His phone died before it got more violent. So students are literally running away as cops continue to toss explosives at them. So flash bombs.
Students has been dispersed. As seen there, we're utilizing pepper bombs. Students has been dispersed. As seen there, we're utilizing pepper.
So, as you can see, one side was violent and escalating the situation, and wasn't the students. It's when they decided to bring in the police. But there has been a small win in the Toronto protests. So Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East has put out the Toronto Metropolitan Faculty Association has voted to investigate the university's academic and financial interests linked to the genocide of Palestinians. So we actually have a little win. Toronto Metropolitan University faculty has voted in favor of a significant motion in solidarity with the people of Palestine, upholding the principles of academic freedom in the face of ongoing injustice. At its annual general meeting on May 6, 2024, faculty members voted to establish a committee to investigate the university's academic and financial interests linked to the genocide of Palestinians. So, some good news. But to get back to what was happening in Calgary and the idea that they were trespassing and stuff, the next two, so even though I'm backtracking a little bit, it's because this will then connect into what I'm doing after this. It'll make sense in a moment why I'm jumping around a little bit. So here's Charlotte Yellowhorn from I'm sorry. Piikani Nation, explaining before police arrived that the University of Calgary students had permission from Blackfoot Confederacy to be camped there. So were they trespassing? Let's watch this.
Prayers tonight, and you know I'm from my name, Blackfoot name is Satyanamiyaki, and I did prayers, and there's tobacco, and we burned sweetgrass, and they went according to the protocol. This encampment approached someone from the Blackfoot Confederacy to see if they could have this encampment, and so they are doing this with the permission of someone from the I don't speak for all Blackfoot people, but I did speak to some last night to someone from Siksika Nation and Gana Nation, and they gave me permission to speak on behalf of them, to say that this is, they have our permission as Blackfoot people to be here, and they're doing it with in peace, and they're dancing, and you know there's a lot of children here, there's a lot of youth here, and these are the future generations that we need to protect. You know, so I'm really honored to be here as well.
So they had support and permission to be there from the Blackfoot Confederacy. There's been a lot of solidarity with Indigenous peoples here and what's happening to the people in Gaza for reasons of both being victims of settler colonialism. But also, there was Red Dress Day. So imagine being a woman protesting solidarity event for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S people, and telling Indigenous people to get out of their own country. I don't say it often, but some women deserve to be called cunts, and these genocidal Zionist hags fit the bill. And this is from Joy Henderson. So there was a bit of an overlap at some of these encampments that were protesting the genocide. There were also some people in there recognizing Red Dress Day. So Jews say no outside of U of T Occupy for Palestine encampment with indigenous community on Red Dress Day as pro-Israeli agitators face them. An indigenous woman beats her drum as Zionist agitators sing "O Canada" and tell her, "Get out of our country, you're wrecking it." What a moment to behold.
Side of the encampment, pro-Israeli agitators are facing off against Jews say no to genocide. An indigenous woman is beating her drum as the pro-Israeli side begins to sing "O Canada" and then subsequently tells the indigenous woman to get out of, quote, their country because she's wrecking it. Side of the
There are pretty clear pictures of this person. Just saying. There's oh, what's his name on Twitter? Who calls out people who do despicable things like this? This is just disgusting. To tell indigenous peoples to get out of the country because they're wrecking it. Just beyond the pale how horrible these Zionists are. Just beyond the pale. Like, it is it's so disgusting to see, you know, it's the Zionist true colors. They're a genocidal regime at this point. And so, you know, as they were saying earlier, do you think they'll stop at just one group of people? No. It is just, wow. So horrible. So next we're going to get into a little bit of coverage of Red Dress Day, what that is for people who don't know. And like I said, then we're getting into a couple of really dark stories. And I'm going to put a content warning up on the screen and everything as we talk about, go over a couple of really, really disturbing stories here in Canada. But before we get to that, let's check the Sandbox. I'm realizing I am really hungry because I didn't eat because I was so busy preparing for this. Like, you just saw how many tabs I went through here, and I organized them and put them in order so that they form a narrative and everything. And it's not just these tabs, it's all the other tabs. It's just like so many tabs. Because then I also organized the other tabs that I have planned for tomorrow, because that's when I found out that I had way too much to cover today. So I will be doing another live stream tomorrow, and it will help me too, because my anxiety has just been skyrocketing, and this just helps me feel like I'm doing something. You know, I don't want to look back at these times and wonder what I would have done. I don't want to be ashamed of, you know, the person that I would see. I don't want to look back at who I am today and think, maybe I should have said something. Maybe I should have done something. We are living in one of those times where these atrocities are happening and we're seeing people's true colors and how much they would actually stand up. This isn't a past tense. This isn't wondering what if way back when. It is happening now. And I don't want to be one of those people that just kind of look the other way and then years from now, when everything has settled, be like, yeah, that was really bad. Shouldn't have happened. It's about being in the moment and calling it out now. Okay. Looney Tunes 9000. I might be doing it at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I see that you're mentioning that tomorrow I'm doing the live stream. I might be doing it at 4 p.m. because on the weekends at least, it gives me a little bit of time, like more time to decompress afterwards. And after I'm done these horrible stories that we're about to get into, I will be taking some time with everyone to just decompress and do some self-care. Talk about some more lighter things because they're bad. Really bad. But yeah, so the live stream tomorrow will probably be at 4 p.m. Don't quote me on it. Most likely, that's the goal. Let's see. A lot of people calling out Canada for just abstaining. Let's see. People who are very pro-B in the comments. I'm with you. Welcome to everyone who has come and joined into the chat and is watching the show. I really appreciate everyone coming out. You know, I put a lot of work into these shows, and it's encouraging to see engagement and people coming out and appreciating the work that I do, because I feel it's very important to get these stories out there. And it's just nice to know that I'm not the only people who think it's important to get these stories out there. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot Ford, you come to Ontario, then you sit down and shut the fuck up while we systemically remove your rights. Pretty much. Yeah, don't you come to this province and express anything that isn't in line with what I believe. People talking about Fraggle Rock. That was an old puppet show. My dogs are goth. She is dismantling our provincial parks, selling the land, and also approving fracking. So maybe she does hate camping. Talking about Danielle Smith. Well, that's entirely possible. I don't know, between Danielle Smith and Doug Ford, trying to figure out who would be the worst of the worst is like, because they're basically doing all the exact same things. Like, all the conservative premiers right now are just horrible pieces of trash that are just doing so much damage to all of the provinces that they're in charge of. People talking about the little cute puppy, the horrible scared puppy. My dogs are goth. I'm scared he's eating crust with little bites. Yeah, just the horror, the horror. The little puppies, those dangerous level of puppy cuteness, says Grand Theft Autobot as well. Yes. Soul Life, does anyone remember the stick thing you flung around in the air when the hacky sacks were a thing? I think you're referring to, they went by different names. They were known in my area as devil sticks, where you have two sticks, one in each hand, but then you had a third stick in the middle that you would use and twirl and do all that sort of stuff. I used to play with them. Way back when. But yeah, we called them devil sticks, but that's not necessarily what they were called. Looney Tunes 9000s, the protesters are not trespassing, you dumbass police officers. Yes. They were granted permission from the Blackfoot Confederacy. to be on their land. Uh-oh, somebody mentioned TYT. I got caught up with some of the drama from TYT this week, and it's just the way that network is going. We don't need to talk about that right now. Still got a lot of Canadian stuff to cover. Oops, jumped. Grand Theft Autobot singing "Oh Canada" while waving Israel flag. Kind of confusing the message. Yeah, the same as, you know, the Ottawa mayor just so upset that he can't fly the Israeli flag for Israel Independence Day when, you know, Israel's committing a genocide. But Toronto looks at that and says, wussy, we're flying the flag. Just gross. So gross. People really mad at the woman telling the Indigenous woman to get out of her country. Which is what exactly? Canada or Israel? Just, what is the name of the guy on Twitter? I'm very tempted to send him the clip and see if he would cover it. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? He does a lot of videos calling out people. I think his name begins with a T as well. It's all right. I don't need to get sidetracked by this right now, because I will. Oh, there's even more footage from the Calgary one. Beating students with nightsticks at the University of Alberta for joining global calls to divest from genocide, disgusting cowardice, failed leadership. So the cops got a lot more violent at the University of Alberta. But we're done with that segment for now. Just if people want to look it up, they can. Oh, Tizzy, yes. Hunger Games 1989. Thinking of Tizzy Ent. Soul Life, if you're out of the TYT loop recently, go to the Vanguard. They did a video on it. That's the thing, like, you go to look up Twitter for something and then you see something horrible. Because if I do this... Sorry, I don't mean to backtrack, but I didn't find this footage earlier. So this is what's happening right now. This is going to have lasting impacts on University of Alberta as people around the world watch the brutality you inflicted on your students by sending riot cops at them.
Real proud of yourselves, huh? Bunch of tough guys. Yeah, you're real tough. You're real tough.
But it's the students who are the violent ones. Soul Life? No, it wasn't about Anna going after TMR. I haven't actually seen that clip. Nobody has posted it. She went after Oh gosh, I know her name. I know her name. I just can't. I am so horrible with names. She went after, she does the movie Night Extravaganza. I think some of you know who I'm talking about. I am just so bad with names, but I think some of you know who I'm talking about. She went after Anna more or less quote tweeted on during a live show, called out somebody without saying her name, but to the people who knew, Katrina, is that? Yeah, Christina of Cosmopolitics. Yeah, Cosmopolitics, that's it. Yeah, Anna called out Cosmopolitics live on the show, but didn't use her name. But to her, it was very obvious who Anna was talking about. Okay, so let's move on. Like I said, we're going to be talking about some lighter stuff after this, because this is... We'll start off with just what Red Dress Day is. So, that's not so bad, because it's just one of those things that Canadians should know about. A little bit more history of the days that we acknowledge here, because we also have Orange Shirt Day, which is the last day of September, I believe, where we recognize victims of the residential schools. But this is for murdered and missing Indigenous women, and the symbol for that is red dress. But then we'll get into a couple really bad stories. So, as I was mentioning during the student encampment, sorry, just got this tangled up. As I was mentioning during the student encampment protests, there was a bit of a crossover because it was also Red Dress Day. And so some people were doing both. And as you saw, the one Indigenous woman was beating the drum, recognizing Red Dress Day, while you had a Zionist yelling at her to get out of the country. And when you know the context of what Red Dress Day is as well, it just makes it even more horrific that here is somebody who is trying to recognize, you know, part of Canada's dark history, and you have a Zionist Canadian yelling at them horrible stuff. So, Red Dress Day, and this is from Amnesty International, just giving a little bit of the origins and stuff. So, May 5th is Red Dress Day, a day to remember and honor missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus peoples, MMIGW2S+. Red Dress Day serves as a painful reminder of the ongoing genocidal crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and invites solidarity and action. Origins of Red Dress Day. The roots of Red Dress Day can be traced back to a powerful art project of Canadian métis artist Jamie Black. In 2010, Black initiated the Red Dress Project as a visual reminder of the staggering number of missing and murdered Indigenous women across Canada. Black hung red dresses in public spaces from treetops to lampposts, creating a stark contrast against the landscape, invoking both sorrow and resilience. What started as an art installation soon morphed into a movement. Indigenous peoples, allies, and advocates across Canada and beyond embraced the symbolic red dress as a rallying cry for awareness and action. Red Dress Day emerged as an annual event bringing people together to honor the lives lost and demand justice for the victims and their families. Let's see, how long is this? Oh.
The Red Dress Project is an installation art project to bring attention to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I've collected hundreds of red dresses and we display them empty in public spaces. So people are confronted with the violence, both the violence that women are experiencing, but also the presence and power of Indigenous women. You know, people will come at the installation from different perspectives and different levels of knowledge, and some people have directly experienced losing a loved one. Others come to the exhibition and the work without any prior knowledge of what's going on and what kind of violence is being faced or women are being faced by. So it just really offers an opportunity for all groups of people to come together to start having a dialogue and a conversation, and also for women and families and communities to have a space for their voices to be heard and their stories to be told. I really want to just create a space for people to come together around what Indigenous women and girls are facing across the country and even worldwide. We're calling in the spirits of the women that are lost, and like their energy and their power is here with us right now, and it's here with me in doing this work and speaking out about the violence. And they're watching, and and we're doing the work we're supposed to be doing. My name's Jamie Black, and I'm a Métis visual artist. And I got into this work because it was really important to me to use my gifts as an artist to really engage and create a platform for voices that are often silenced.
So more from the Amnesty International page, No More Stolen Sisters. Currently, Indigenous women make up 16% of all female victims and 11% of all missing women. Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples are also 6 times more likely to be murdered than their non-Indigenous counterparts. These high rates of violence have drawn widespread expressions of concern from national and international human rights authorities, which have repeatedly called for Canada to address the problem. However, nearly 4 years after the release of the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and 2 years following the release of the National Action Plan, only 231 calls, only two of the 231 calls for justice have been implemented. Well, an implementation timeline has not been released. Only 2 of them. 231 calls for justice, and only 2 have been implemented. Threats faced by Indigenous women and 2S LGBTQIA+ defenders. In 2023, the Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples and Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery, including causes and consequences, expressed deep concern over high rates of sexual assault, exploitation, sex trafficking experienced by Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people and defenders in proximity to temporary resource extraction labor camps associated with the Coastal GasLink and Trans Mountain Pipeline construction sites, colloquially known as man camps. I know the word. I do know the word. Sometimes I can't pronounce words, even though I do know how to say it. Sometimes I just can't. The joys of doing live streams. I know the word. I know how to say it. I just can't say it right now for some reason. So yes, this is actually a huge problem here in Canada because we have all these, the pipelines that Justin Trudeau likes to help cut through, or resource extraction, so oil and minerals and stuff like that. They have camps in the middle of nowhere. And so, generally speaking, Indigenous women are taken to those areas to be exploited at these man camps. Just horrible, horrible situation that is going on here in Canada. And let's see if I can, just to give you an indication of all the bazillions of tabs that I've opened. So reminder, That's what this woman was drumming about. Yeah. That is what she was drumming about when a Zionist Canadian was yelling at her to get out of the country. And the reason why this is very poignant right now as well is just so before we get to that, just a little bit more. Again, Sarah Jama, probably one of the best politicians this country has. So Sarah Jama joined the Red Dress Day March this afternoon in honor of missing and murdered Indigenous women across Ontario and Canada who have been abandoned by the state. Thank you, SACHA, and all community organizers for putting together the march. Sarah Jama, just, yeah, really just an amazing person. And, okay, so now I'm going to have to put up the content warning. Just give me a moment. Just try and think of the I'm just trying to think of the appropriate warning for this. I think that's the acronym. As I'm trying to do this all at once live for everyone to see. So MNIWG S2S plus. Sorry, I should have thought of how I was going to title this before I did this because I overthink it a lot of the times. Current. Oh, I'm so horrible at this part. This is kind of embarrassing. I think actually this is just good. I'll leave it at that. This is so the reason why Red Dress Day today is very poignant is major update. In Winnipeg, serial killer Jeremy, today he admitted to killing all 4 Indigenous women and dumping their bodies in the landfills, and this was just on May 6th. This is a story that I've been following for quite some time about Winnipeg's lack of action when it comes to searching a landfill for bodies they know are there of Indigenous women, because the person who murdered them said that's where he dumped them. And there's been a lot of lack of action from the provincial government. We'll get a little bit more into it, but at the time it was a conservative government, and they actually put it part of their re-election campaign that they would not search the landfill. And then Wab Kinew, who recently got elected as premier, had it in his platform that he would search the landfill. And this has been going on for years. And it is just really horrible story. And there's updates on it that are quite disturbing. But this is from Brandy Morin. She's a journalist. She was actually arrested at a encampment that was being torn down by Edmonton police. Not shocking there. And luckily, all charges against her were dropped in that case. But here she is mentioning giving the update on this serial killer.
Excruciating. I'm in New York City right now and learned of this stunning update in the trial of murderer Jeremy Skibecki. He's charged with the first-degree killings of 4 Indigenous women in 2022 and dumping their remains in the local landfills. Morgan Harris, Mercedes Moran, Rebecca Quantois, and an unidentified woman that was named Buffalo Woman.
So there's 4 known victims. One of the victims was found in a dumpster, and that is what led them to the killer to begin with, where he then acknowledged that he had killed 3 others. The names of 2 of them are known, and then the third one is just, she's referred to as Buffalo Woman because her identity is unknown at this time.
And their families are still waiting for justice because their bodies are still somewhere in the dumps as authorities initially refused to fund a search. Now the province and feds have committed what's needed, but the search remains delayed. So here's the update. Justice just might be closer than ever because today Jeremy Skibecki, through his lawyers, admitted to killing all 4 women. He admitted it. Apparently, the trial will now move forward with a judge alone instead of a judge and jury since Skibecki has admitted guilt and the Crown doesn't need to prove that he killed anyone.
What he is going to try for is an insanity defense, saying that he wasn't in control of himself, and that is actually where the lawyers are going. So this changed the dynamic of the trial that he was facing because he actually admitted to killing them. But like I said, he's now going to try for an insanity type defense, saying that he wasn't in his right mind, he couldn't control himself, something horrible along those lines.
However, Skibecki's lawyers will argue for a finding of him not being criminally responsible due to a mental disorder. This is one hell of a horror story. I'm thinking of and praying for the families and everybody affected, that their spirits and hearts are protected and comforted during this excruciatingly painful time.
And this is from APTN News. Police find DNA of another 12 women at self-confessed killer's apartment in Winnipeg. The Winnipeg Police Service confirmed the DNA of 4 Indigenous women inside the home of the self-confessed killer, a court heard Thursday, along with the DNA profiles of an additional 12 women. Police Forensic Identification Officer Jan de Vries. Police Forensic Identification Officer Jan de Vries. Oh my gosh. Jan. Okay. Police Forensic Identification Officer Jan said he sent clothing, jewelry, and blood stains from the apartment of Jeremy for testing in May 2022 that positively identified Morgan Harris, Mercedes Moran, and Rebecca Contos, 3 First Nations women who were slain in the spring of 2022. The testing also confirmed the presence of a 4th victim known as Buffalo Woman. Jan said of the 20-something Indigenous victim, police have been unable to identify. Jeremy, 37, confessed to homicide detectives that he killed the 4 women, but has asked the judge to find him not criminally responsible due to mental illness. The Crown counters the self-declared murderer carefully calculated the racially motivated crimes by preying on vulnerable Indigenous women at city homeless shelters. Crown attorney Christian Vanderhoof told court 9 of the 16 female DNA profiles were not identified by police. That means their DNA is not on file with the police. It does not mean that they were victims of a crime. Vanderhoef did not reveal the names of two of the three women whose DNA was identified. He said the third woman was Andrea Cedarwall. Defense lawyer Leonard has said his client suffers from borderline personality disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. That doesn't make you a serial killer. That really hurts people with those disorders to try to blame these actions on that. That doesn't, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder does not cause someone to become a killer. But in a lengthy interview with two homicide detectives, Jeremy appeared lucid and calm. He detailed the crimes in a nonchalant manner following his arrest on May 18, 2022. In the videotaped interview shown at his trial on the 4 first-degree murder charges, Jeremy said he self-medicated with marijuana and was coming down from magic mushrooms or high on methamphetamines when he committed the murders. Multiple murders. He said he wasn't on medication or suffering from psychosis. Chief Justice Glenn Joyal of Manitoba's Court of King's Bench and members of the victims' families have heard graphic testimony all week. Thursday was no exception. Vanderhoef had Vanderhoef, I'm so sorry. I can't do this with the names. But basically confirmed more than 100 crime scene photos of the items he swabbed, tested and fingerprinted from inside Jeremy's apartment, and recovered from various garbage bins and dumpsters in North Killadon neighborhood. The items included furniture, household goods, clothing, shoes, hats, jacket, underwear, and jewelry. Also, Jan confirmed he located the partial remains of a person inside the residential garbage bin after police received a 911 tip from a man who was scavenging. Police have said they recovered additional remains of the person in city's Brady Road landfill, but refused to search the privately owned Prairie Green landfill for the remains of the other three women, citing safety and other concerns. Court was told that Jeremy was recorded on residential and commercial surveillance video, tossing garbage bags into nearby bins and dumpsters before his arrest. The crime scene photos were not shown in court, but family members could be seen bowing their heads or closing their eyes as the images were described. Among the items Jen located in Jeremy's apartment was a black combine style or a hunting knife with a serrated edge. He said the blade and hilt tested positive for human biological material. In the interview, Jeremy told detectives he used the knife to dismember the body in his apartment. The bathtub where he claimed to have drowned the victims after strangling or choking them tested positive for latent blood not visible to the human eye. Said Jan, a wall in the bathroom and the bathroom door, 2 mattresses, and a pillow also tested positive for human blood, he added. Vanderhoef said the DNA of Ashley was identified in Jeremy's apartment, a woman from St. Theresa Point First Nation in northern Manitoba who has been missing in Winnipeg since March 2022. Police said the 31-year-old mother of 3 was last seen near the Salvation Army homeless shelter in Winnipeg's inner city. Court has heard Jeremy met his victims at Winnipeg homeless shelters. The father of, I guess, Ashley, believing she might be the Buffalo woman, traveled nearly 500 kilometers to Winnipeg in January 2023 to provide police with a DNA sample. But it was not a match, and Buffalo woman remains unidentified, although police have said she is an Indigenous woman in her 20s. Police confirmed to APTN News Thursday that Ashley is still missing. Vanderhoef said Cedarwall, a mother of 3 who grew up in Kenora, Ontario, has since died. She was 34, according to her obituary. A black baby fat jacket is the only item police linked to Buffalo woman via DNA, Jan said. The Crown said police recovered it from the man who bought it from Jeremy on Facebook Marketplace after a Buffalo woman was killed. A running shoe that tested positive for a person's DNA was found in Jeremy's apartment, Jan said, and its mate located nearby garbage bin. He also tested a Ziploc bag marked with the name Harris Morgan and her date of birth that Jan said looked like it came from a hospital. Vanderhoof told court Jan also photographed Jeremy for police purposes and asked whether he had concerns about Jeremy's behavior or mental health, to which the officer replied, no, he did not. Like I said, this wasn't a mental health issue that caused him to do this. And to blame it or try to blame it on, personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder it harms people who do have those disorders. And it makes other people fearful of people with those disorders. It is just, I don't know why he bothered admitting it if he was going to use this defense, because the likelihood of this defense actually keeping him out of jail is next to none, because from what the police are saying, there's no indication that he is suffering from any sort of mental disorder. And mental disorders don't cause people to become serial killers. Meanwhile, the day started off tense when the judge told court he'd been made aware of security concerns related to some of the families involved. Without revealing many details, he said a male had been prevented from entering the courtroom by sheriff's officers who provided security at the downtown complex. He was believed to be the same man who had attended a pretrial hearing related to the case in November 2023 and caused a disturbance. At the end of the day, Joel told courts the Winnipeg Police Service and its major crime units had been made aware of the situation. The trial is scheduled to resume Friday morning. I imagine more horrific details are going to be coming out about that. And that's the jacket connected to Buffalo Woman. And I imagine, much like with the serial killer out in BC, Picton, who also targeted primarily Indigenous women, there's going to be far more victims than he acknowledged. And these horrible monsters get away with it because they target a very vulnerable group of women who go ignored by the police. When they go missing, the police don't investigate, they don't care, which allows them to continue on these murderous sprees for sometimes years. It is so horrific that they go unnoticed. But that's what serial killers do. They target groups of people that the police will ignore, because even in Toronto, you had the case of a serial killer targeting gay men. And he was able to get away with it for years because the police weren't paying any attention to the fact that these men were missing. And it is just a common theme. And I imagine as the story develops, the details are going to be horrific. But this is Manitoba Premier says he wants landfill search for remains of 2 slain First Nation women in 2024. So this was Wab Canoe promising that he was going to do this. I've been on his case about it before in other videos because he made this a campaign promise. And he got elected in October of last year. So, everything takes time, but, it's been long enough. And if he made it a campaign promise, one would hope that he actually got to it quickly. But he says that So back on December 22nd, he said that, he would this would happen in 2024. And now Manitoba Premier says he's confident landfill search for remains will start this year. So this is now as of this year. So this was in February, and now there's actually a fund being developed. So Ottawa province commit $40 million to fund Manitoba landfill search work. The fact that it's taken this long is disgusting. Like, just racist, disgusting from the police service. And we'll point out a couple of reasons why this is so blatantly. They don't want to look for these women because they're Indigenous. But the province and federal governments are committing $20 million apiece to search a landfill near Winnipeg for the remains of 2 First Nation women. Pierre Wab-Canoe, Grand Chief Kathy Merrick of Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, federal representative from Ottawa, and Winnipeg Mayor Scott Gillam met with the families of Morgan Harris and Mercedes Moran Friday afternoon. It is believed the bodies of the 2 women are buried in the Prairie Green landfill north of Winnipeg. And so this is actually for 3 women. They just know the name of 2 of them. Now, the reason why is, again, so disgusting that finally they're getting the resources and the time. Because the Conservative government, while they were in power, they actually made it a talking point that it's too dangerous. They can't do it, the cost involved is too much, and blah, blah, all this horrible stuff. Police begin search of Saskatoon landfill for women missing since 2020. Father of a missing woman looked out over Saskatchewan landfill Wednesday as police wearing white chemical-resistant suits scoured through piles of debris looking for evidence of his daughter. It's a cold morning. This is a place that nobody wants to be. Mackenzie Lee was 22 when she was last seen in December 2020. She said she was going to get a lift with a ride booking service. When she left her family's home, she was in good spirits, her father said. More than 3 years later, Paul looked on as officers accompanied by dogs specialized in searching for human remains began examining specific areas of the landfill. Officers went in and out of large white tent, moving wheelbarrows of waste and dozens of birds picked at scraps on a nearby hill. Emotionally, it's difficult, Paul said. So they can search a landfill in Saskatoon. And I don't know why it took so long to get to this. Maybe it's just because it, took a while to figure out which landfill she was most likely in. But also there's this. Homicide victim's body found after months-long search at massive landfill. And this is from 2021. After months of searching a massive garbage dump, Toronto police have located the body of a 57-year-old man who they believe was murdered this past winter. So when they want, they can search landfills and they can find the bodies. And it didn't take them long to find this man. These families have been waiting years to get closure. And all they've been hearing are excuses from the authorities as to why they can't. And I know what I suspect part of the reason is that they're worried about how many more bodies they'll find and what that would mean. And that chances are they're not all from this one person. So who else might be responsible? And it is just, there's no excuse for it to take this long. And there's been camps set out outside of the landfill that have been there protesting, blocking people from going in. Just absolutely nightmare. These families deserve closure. They do. Like, it is, I can't imagine the just the dehumanization of these women to be thrown into the garbage. It's just, this needs to be done, and it should have been done long ago. But that's conservative governments for you. You know where their priorities lie. Hopefully this promise from Wab Canoe actually gets enacted, and they can bring these families some closure at the very least, and hopefully identify who the Buffalo woman is, and hopefully find out if this person is responsible for a whole bunch of other murders, which is entirely possible, and can then bring those families closure. But the fact that only 2 of the 231 actions for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls have been enacted, it's crying shame. This country is just so shameful when it comes to everything related to Indigenous peoples. Like all the history, the genocides committed against them, but also currently what's happening. It is just, like, to me, it's no wonder Justin Trudeau is supporting Zionists, because they never lost their ways up in the federal government. This country was founded on genocide. And those foundations are still there. It needs to be knocked to the ground. Okay, so I'll read some of the comments. Then we're getting into another really hard story. Hunger Games 1989, I say that is higher because police didn't take missing Indigenous women and girls seriously. They label them as runaway almost all the time. Yes, chances are there's a lot more than the official records have. The same with the amount of children who died in residential schools. It's going to be a lot higher because some of them were labeled as runaways, or some of them were trafficked into families who then did horrible things. Yeah, just yeah, heartbreaking emojis. My dogs are goth. He thought he could get away with it like so many before. I was thinking of showing a news clip that featured him, but I didn't want to feature him. Where he actually confessed and said that he wanted to see how far he could take it, that the police were a joke. And so if it wasn't for the fact that somebody was scavenging in a dumpster behind a building, he'd still be at it. This guy, he knew what he was doing. He's a monster. He knew what he was doing. My dogs are goth. Picton gives me nightmares. Yeah, Robert Picton out in BC. Just, again, probably far more victims than was ever acknowledged. And the way he disposed of the bodies, nightmare material. Just so horrific. And just the absolute, dehumanization of these women. To just toss them in the garbage. Yeah, and also mention of the serial killer in Toronto who was targeting gay men, who was, again, able to get away with it for years because police didn't care about missing gay men. Bad lefty, sorry, side note, but you might see Northern Lights in Canada tonight, if not too cloudy. Yeah, we can bring that up afterwards when we start to unwind. That is something that is a thing, so we can talk about that. Should be nice to, you know, mention that when we're trying to unwind and decompress from these stories. Okay. Give me a moment while I set up for the next one. So I will be right back. Yeah. Content warning. CSA, child sexual exploitation. There's a story in the news right now. 64 arrests made in child sexual exploitation bust in Ontario. 64 people were arrested for some of the most horrific crimes possible. Let's
The results of a 10-day investigation into online child exploitation staggering.
Like, the thing is, this was just a 10-day investigation. I can't imagine, like, how out of control this is if just in 10 days they can make 64 arrests.
60 people arrested, more than 300 charges laid. CTV's Mike Walker is live tonight with more details. Mike.
Well, Nathan, Michelle, provincial police say they launched this investigation mostly due to complaints received from online and social media platforms. Of those more than 60 suspects arrested, they range in age from teenagers to senior citizens. The OPP called the results of investigations into online child exploitation staggering. Dozens of people from across the province arrested for making, accessing, and distributing child sexual abuse material.
These dangers are not confined to the shadowy corners of the internet. Predators go where children go.
The investigation, dubbed Project Aquatic, was a response to complaints from online and social media platforms. 129 investigations were conducted over 10 days in February and involved 27 police forces. Some of the accused are facing child luring charges.
A person wanted to meet with a child in real life for sexual purpose. So online investigators had engaged with this person and then arranged to meet that person in real life. They show up thinking that they were going to meet with a child.
In total, police identified 34 victims. 30 children were safeguarded.
When we do a search warrant and we find children in a situation where the offender has access to them, those are children that we definitely want to safeguard. We want to get them out of a situation where they could be victimized by an offender.
64 people between the ages of 16 and 89 were arrested. They are
16. Like, just it's hard to comprehend. Because these people, over their lifetimes, can victimize hundreds of children. And the thing is that they never stop until they're caught. So thankfully, these 64 people were caught. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. If in 10 days they can get all of this, just...
Facing a combined 348 charges. 26-year-old Tyler Pennells is among more than a dozen people arrested by Toronto police. An education assistant with the Toronto Catholic District School Board, he's facing child...
Is anyone surprised about that? Catholic School Board? That somebody on a Catholic School Board would be a child predator? They haven't released the names of all the people involved yet. There's a couple that I'll show. Who wants to make a bet there's no drag queens on that list? Who wants to bet that there's a lot more of these religious type folks or people in places of authority, even police officers? But I'm guessing, and I'm fairly certain, not a single drag queen.
Luring charges. The OPP commissioner says the results of this province-wide investigation are just the tip of the iceberg.
The targeting of these victims has been enhanced through the introduction of AI technology. There's very little on the internet that regulates perpetrators who are looking for victims. They have the ability to identify and groom potential victims.
Investigators also seized more than 600 digital devices. The Canadian Centre for Child Protection says its tip line receives as many as 3,000 complaints every month.
These online communities share child sexual abuse material, encourage one another to share tactics that include how-to manuals.
Calling for more actions from government and technology.
Again, just another staggering fact. 3,000 complaints a month. Like, these people are networked. They work together to try to hide their crimes. Like, this is such a big problem. Like, there is something really wrong in society when there is so much of this going on. Like, something fundamentally went wrong. Because this can't be solved by just arresting these predators. They need to be prevented from being made in the first place. Like, there's an infection festering in society that is causing these people. And we need to find out what that is to prevent this from ever happening.
Technology companies, plus regulatory changes.
Upload prevention, expedited removal of child sexual abuse material, and proper moderation and training, among others, are equally critical elements in the fight against online exploitation.
Now, as part of this investigation, Toronto police tell us they arrested and charged 13 people and laid a combined 69 charges. Reporting live, I'm Mike Walker. Nathan, back to you.
And this goes over a lot of the same information, but I wanted to get to a point that was made in this that was not covered in the other story.
350 charges have been laid and over 600 electronic devices seized. In one of the cases, one person owned approximately 21 terabytes of data with child sexual abuse material.
To fully grasp the significance of this, 1 terabyte can store up to 250,000 photos or 500 hours of video.
The investigation involved several...
Sorry. A lot of these news sites have mono sound, so I can't hear it from one and the other, and I had it sped up, so I'm terribly sorry about this, but I'll go back.
The cases, one person owned approximately 21 terabytes of data with child sexual abuse material.
To fully grasp the significance of this, 1 terabyte can store up to 250,000 photos or 500 hours of video.
The investigation.
I just. Because, yeah, I look at like my computer and all the videos I have for my channel, all the photography I've done over my life, and I don't have a terabyte's worth of data after years of doing this channel. To have 21 terabytes full of, you know, this type of material is just, like I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg for so much of this to exist. And there's a lot of complacency in society because we've all seen it, especially with churches, how people who are responsible for these crimes get moved around. They're not held accountable. But where are the people who know about this, their family members or friends, but do nothing because they don't want to see their friend or family member go to jail? Like, how complicit are people in society to allow this to happen? Like, just the sexualization of children in general, through media, through social media. Like some of those disgusting accounts on Instagram where you can pay to be members of, and it's parents posting pictures of their children in bathing suits, and they have like all these subscribers who just happen to be men. Like, absolutely horrific. Like, this is a societal problem. It's a cancer in society. And it will take so much more work to get this under control.
Investigation involved several police forces, including Toronto Police, who made 13 arrests.
We laid 69 charges, we seized 62 devices, and we identified and safeguarded 4 children.
Among those charged in the city, a former Toronto Catholic district.
So just going over some of the same information there. So on this City News article, it has OPP identify some of the accused, including several from the Greater Toronto area. Among the 64 people arrested through Project Aquatic, former Toronto Catholic District School Board employee, one of the few named by OPP in the investigation. Toronto police charged him in February after he allegedly used various names on social media to contact minors. TCDSB spokesperson confirmed that he has been placed on administrative leave. His next court date is slated for Thursday. The OPP also named another man from Toronto who allegedly placed hidden cameras inside washrooms at various coffee shops. Which coffee shops? The accused, identified as 29-year-old William of Toronto, was arrested on September 2023 after authorities determined he was in possession of child sexual abuse material. In February, authorities say that between January 1st, 2020 and September 21, 2023, the accused was employed at coffee shops in the Cumberland Street and Bay Street and the Cumberland Street and Bay Street and the Bay Street and Richmond Street West areas. It's alleged that he placed cameras in coffee shop washrooms to discreetly record people. He has been released from custody and scheduled to make a court appearance June 5th, 2024. OPP Staff Sergeant Tim Brown called child sexual exploitation a grave crime with lasting effects. We're dedicated to prevention and accountability. We need everyone's support to combat this community issue. If you see something, report it. He said, together we can create a safer environment for all children, ensuring their well-being and protection. And the thing is that having cops be the ones to investigate this. Let's just say my faith in the police isn't exactly strong when it comes to a lot of this. And because we've seen police officers get away with crimes all the time, quite violent crimes all the time. Just like this one. No jail time for a Hamilton police officer who sexually assaulted women he was mentoring, judge rules. So she was a teenager when she met him, and he groomed her. Yeah, a former Hamilton police officer will not go to jail for sexually assaulting the woman he was mentoring as she pursued her own career in policing. Michael will instead serve 12 months of house arrest, followed by 12 months of probation after Justice Cameron Watson found him guilty of 2 counts of sexual assault in January following a trial. So even when they're found guilty, they still don't go to jail. Like, what will the consequences be for these 64 people arrested? Community service? Watson sentenced Lacombe on Monday at the Ontario Court of Justice in St. Catharines, Ontario, describing his crimes and the aftermath as a spectacular and cataclysmic fall from grace in his written decision. His life has taken an irreparable downward spiral. He is no longer the man he once was. I'm sorry, why are you talking about him and his life and what happened to him when he's the one that was the person doing the harm? Who gives a fuck about his life? What about the life of his victim? Where's the closure for her? Where's the justice? It really is. Like, how? When you finally catch these people and there's still no justice, that's part of the problem in society. That they're allowed to get away with these crimes. I hope those people, those 64 people, are permanently removed from society so they can never cause this harm again. Like, I'm all for restorative justice. But I have limits, and they need to be put in a situation where they cannot make other people victims anymore. Like, it is just at a bare minimum. I'm going to read a little bit more from the Sandbox, and then we're going to do a follow-up on a story that I covered my last live stream before. I did the live stream with the letter hack about the wrong way police chase that led to the deaths of 4 people. And then after that, we're done. But I need to cover this story because there's a very confusing update in it that I need to address. And actually, I need to address it before I can post my video that I've clipped for it, because this will go in addition to it. So, looking at the Sandbox. Yeah, it's been a long stream already, hasn't it? So Life, social media also tracks you across the web. They can probably see if you go to a sketchy site. Looney Tunes 9000, Catholic schools home to sexual predators. My dogs are goth, but next month all we will hear about is how the LGBTQIA2S+ are predators. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all the queer folks who are the groomers, apparently. But, you know, oddly, they're never the ones caught in these stings. Bad lefty, I'll bet they are at least 90% cis male, white male. Probably a very high percentage of them are. Also, very disturbingly, a lot of the wives of some of these men participate. Looney Tunes 9000, this is a pure example to tax the churches and Catholic schools. The moral is never send your children to a Catholic school. Yeah, I don't think there should be a Catholic school board that is publicly funded in this province. I don't think there should be a Catholic school board, even privately funded. Just no. Yes, bad lefty, that is a staggering amount of horrific images that, you know, once these children are victimized, it never goes away. It's always there. You know, they're victimized over and over again by having their material just part of trading pools between these perverts. Bad lefty, I literally knew a guy who got 2 weeks in prison for stealing a packet of crisps. He was on bail or probation or something, but the point stands, I know who I'd want locked up. Yeah. Okay, so we're almost done. This next one I had to get a little bit tricky with because Toronto Star only allows a certain amount of viewed articles per month, and I ran out. And so then I had to go over to Foxzilla and you know, log out of all accounts in order to get this article because it became important for me to look this up. So in my last live stream, I was talking about a high-speed chase down the wrong way of the 401 where it was a U-Haul van with multiple police cruisers chasing him down the wrong way on a highway, which resulted in a crash, which, you know, obviously would result in a crash. There was no other way that was going to end. And 4 people were lost, the driver of the van, as well as 2 generations of a family, a baby and the baby's grandparents. The parents were also in the car but survived. Horrible, tragic story. And basically this all stemmed from a theft at a liquor store. You know, a couple bottles of liquor. But as the person was leaving the LCBO, pulled a knife on an off-duty officer. And that is why I suspect this happened. Because after that, during the high-speed chase, they were called off, but they didn't. There's a police helicopter available, but somehow wasn't made available for this particular thing. So it just, because an officer felt like his ego was bruised, 4 people died. And in that video, I showed a clip of Pierre Poilievre mentioning that this was basically Justin Trudeau's fault because of bail reform, that this guy was out on bail. And I said there that he was lying because all that I could find at the time, there was no information about who the driver was. And there was no public information about who the driver was. And so was Pierre Poilievre just assuming this person was out on bail? But the fact that he was using this tragedy as this attack on Justin Trudeau was disgusting to begin with. So since then, some more information has come out. And to be honest, I'm actually still unclear. Because on right-wing media, it all blew up that this guy was in fact out on bail. And so if that's the case, then Pierre Poilievre was not lying about that one specific thing. Although I don't know how he would have known so fast, because it was not public information at that time. And I'll get more into it. But he was still using this tragic case as an attack on Justin Trudeau as opposed to, policing. The fact that the police initiated this chase over a couple bottles of liquor. But a couple days later, the Toronto Sun was all about this guy was out on bail. And some right-wing media picked it up and they were all screaming online that it's because of the soft on crime bail. But they were all pointing to a Toronto Star article. And this is the article that I had to bring up in Foxzilla because I ran out of my, viewable articles for the month. The thing is that still no other news network has confirmed this, at least not since I started recording this live stream. No other news network has said that this person was out on bail. They have all mentioned in some way or other that he is a 21-year-old man that died and was the person who did this. But none of the other news organizations are saying that he was out on bail. And, I read the article, and it's not that I'm doubting them, but still, it remains unclear to me. Because if this guy was out on bail, why hasn't it been reported on more widespread? Why hasn't his name been released? So let's go. I'm just a little nitpicky about that. I'll change it back afterwards. And we don't need this banner up anymore. Okay. So this is the article that I was able to find from the Toronto Star that all these other right-wing networks are pointing to as absolute proof this guy was out on bail. So Highway 401 crash suspect was out on bail charged with string of robberies. And again, no other news network has reported on these. All the other news networks that have mentioned that this guy was out on bail, again, point to this Toronto Star article. I'm not saying that he wasn't, or that he's not guilty of, or charged, not found guilty, but charged with these other crimes. I just find it odd that there isn't more widespread reporting on it. So the Star has assembled a picture of criminal records of the two men who were in the U-Haul police were chasing. The LCBO robbery suspect pursued the wrong way down Highway 401 before a crash that killed him and 3 other people was out on bail following a string of robberies at other LCBO stores and a Home Depot in the Western GTA. Singh, 21, facing 3 charges of theft under $5,000 and 1 charge of robbery related to an alleged stealing spree between January 15th and February 27th. The charges, according to the court document, included using violence against one man at an Oakville LCBO. The Star has confirmed Singh was behind the wheel of the U-Haul on April 29th that slammed into a semi-trailer truck on the highway. Singh was pronounced dead at the scene. So far, he has not been convicted of anything. He was charged and out on bail. Which, yeah. The passenger in the van, Gil, 38, remains in hospital and has not been charged in relation to the crash, according to the lawyer who represented him when he faced previous charges. So this is where all those other right-wing articles end. They looked at this, oh, he did this crime, he charged a robbery, he's a violent offender, and all this sort of stuff. But It was his right to be out on bail. He was not convicted of anything. These crimes did not warrant him to stay in jail because of it. So the crash killed those people. A small service held for the older couple Monday. There has been a service for the 3-month-old baby. According to the release order signed by Hamilton Justice of the Peace on Singh's previous charges, he was to remain with a named Surtri, who pledged $2,000 to secure his release and was ordered not to go to any LCBO or Home Depot in the province. He had been scheduled to appear in court again on May 14th. Singh's criminal history has led to an outcry from some, including federal Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, who say a stronger bail system could have prevented the deaths. But those who argue bail in court say the release appears to have been reasonable given what was known at the time. The law demands that only those who are at substantial risk of committing new crimes should be denied bail, said Toronto criminal defense lawyer Daniel Brown. And people are released every day on bail terms and comply with those bail terms and are in many cases ultimately acquitted of charges that they've been accused of. It's not the bail that is the problem in this story. If this person was in fact out on bail, that's not the problem. Because he was not a substantial risk of committing new crimes. And lots of people are acquitted of their crimes because, again, the presumption is in Canada that you are innocent until proven guilty. And so to lock people away in bail for, crimes like theft and all that sort of stuff, and which can have outcomes of them losing their job, losing their housing, strains on relationships. In one case I covered where the person was released on bail and found innocent of the charges that he was accused of. He would have missed the birth of his child had he been behind bars at that time. So this was totally in line with the bail system. It's not this person being out on bail that caused those deaths. It was the police initiating a chase over a couple bottles of liquor. The police were called off and they continued this pursuit. That's what led to those deaths. It was the police actions. Like, there would have been ways to identify who this person was. There's cameras in LCBOs. And if he was scheduled to appear in court for similar crimes, I'm pretty sure they would have been able to connect the two. And had they found him again, they probably at that point would have put him away. And I just so many people on the right wing will be like, sorry, I'm just going to. So many people on the right wing will be like, well, it was his fault. He did the robbery, so it was his fault, end of story. And I don't support people stealing for kicks. I'm against that. It puts the workers, the people at the store in danger when that sort of thing happens. It can put innocent civilians in danger when that happens. But to cause a high-speed chase over a couple bottles of liquor? This was, without a doubt, the fault of the police. It was their actions that caused this tragedy. Should he have stolen the liquor? No. But that isn't what led to those deaths, ultimately. Because crimes like this happen all the time without cop involvement that don't lead to death. It's when the cops got involved. And again, we look at this and we have a high-speed chase over a couple bottles of liquor, and yet one of their own gets found guilty of sexual assault and will serve no time. So they were willing to chase this guy in unsafe manners down the wrong way on a highway over a couple bottles of liquor, primarily because he pulled a knife on a off-duty police officer. But then there's all these other far more severe crimes where the police will look the other way. And yet the right wing will still just say, well, if that guy hadn't stolen the liquor gets stolen all the time and it doesn't lead to death. And I don't support him stealing the liquor for kicks, for just fun. I would never support anyone stealing for any reason like that. So was this person out on bail? Maybe, but that's not the point. Was Pierre Poilievre lying? I don't know, because this article, from what I gather, came out after that statement. But that's also not the point. The point is that the police shouldn't have been chasing him down the wrong way on the highway. So continuing in the article, despite the tragic outcome of the crash, Brown said it's not surprising Singh was released on bail for relatively minor offenses prior to the fatal collision. And the right wing, based on that little bit of information we have, paints this person as a monster. Again, he hasn't even been convicted of anything, but they paint him as a monster for, you know, stealing these couple bottles of liquor and stuff. Toronto criminal defense lawyer Jordana agreed nothing, noting jails are currently beyond capacity with a record number of people being held in custody ahead of trial. Jails are bursting at the seams, she says. From procedural point of view, it makes sense, she said, of being released on charges like those Singh had faced. But from a policy perspective, our criminal justice system is funded on a notion that someone is innocent until the Crown proves them guilty. Very important things. This person had not been convicted of any crimes. The Star tried to piece together both men's criminal history, contacting courts across the GTA for records of possible offenses. The court records obtained for Singh showed he had been charged with a series of crimes, starting with the theft under $5,000 from a Home Depot in Milton on January. Sorry, it's a bit dry in here. So, let's start this over. Court records obtained for Singh show he had been charged with a series of crimes, starting with the theft under $5,000 from a Home Depot in Milton on January 15th, followed by robbery in which he was said to have used violence against named victim. A LinkedIn profile with the same name listed the person as an LCBO store manager. And this is why I never support people stealing for fun, is because you have innocent workers, people that are just trying to make a living, that often get tangled up in this if they try to prevent it or are in the way in any sort of way. And I don't want these workers to get hurt, you know, especially if they're trying to protect, you know, a couple bottles of liquor. Those charges were followed by two more, theft under $5,000 from an LCBO in Burlington on January 28th, 2 days later, and theft under $5,000 from a Home Depot in Milton on February 27th. All those charges were outstanding at the time of his death. Again, has not been convicted of anything. Gill, the passenger in the U-Haul, was also out on bail for 7 charges of possession of property obtained by a crime, court records show. Prior to the collision, he had been scheduled to appear in court on those charges on May 6th. The SIU previously said he was sent to hospital with serious injuries. The courts have not yet provided details of those charges or his bail conditions. See, this is where I'm getting a little hazy with this. When there's no details, like, I'm going to trust the Toronto Star does have legitimate sources for this. I'm just wondering why no other news network has picked up on it. In 2022, Toronto police charged Gill in 2 separate incidences, one for auto theft and the other for possessing a different stolen vehicle. Court records show Gill pleaded guilty to the auto theft charge and his other charge withdrawn in October 2023. On Monday, Aisha, Gill's defense lawyer, said that he had not been charged in connection to the Highway 401 crash or the earlier robbery, that police had not informed her of his current condition. The Star has also confirmed the license plate attached to the U-Haul involved in the fatal highway crash, according to the Radio Calls of Ontario Provincial Police dispatches posted online, was listed by Ontario's Ministry of Transportation records as unattached, missing, suspended. It was previously assigned to a grey Ram pickup truck, then removed in 2017. It has not since been registered to another vehicle, meaning the plate appears to have not been properly assigned to the cube van. Among the surviving victims of the crash are the parents of the baby. In a statement released Sunday, spoke of the pain the family has felt. We'll get a little bit more into that. Again, the right wing will just use this as an excuse to distract from like the real issues. And the real issues is how policing is done in this country. It's not the bail reform that's the problem. The overflowing prisons are a problem. And again, a lot of these people, it's crimes of desperation. It's crimes of illness, of addiction. That these are societal problems that are leading to these prisons being full of people who aren't really a threat. You know, if all of their needs were being met, if they had housing, they could buy groceries, they had the mental health care they need, the regular health care that they need. You know, if all the supports were put in place, the vast majority of the people in prison wouldn't need to be there because they wouldn't be committing these crimes. Like, the amount of people that are in prison because they just have fun stealing from these stores, you know, or they just don't feel like paying. You know, it's too much of a bother to pay. Why should they? The amount of people in jail because of that, I suspect is like a tiny percentage of the people who are in jail. The bail is not the problem. It's the system. It's the policing. It's the society. It's all of those that are the problem. But again, right wing will just cry and say, oh, it's the bail and stuff. And they would love to see criminals just locked away for life for crimes like stealing a couple bottles of liquor. And yet, you know, when it comes to police officers committing crimes, well, they can get off. Like, there's no problem there. Or when it's other types of crime, well, he was just a decent young man who made a mistake. Should his life be ruined because of that? How many times have we heard that from the courts before? A little bit more on this story. This is a fairly sad video. Again, just warning people.
The parents and relatives of a baby boy killed in a crash on Highway 401 east of Toronto gathered for his funeral. Adi knew nothing but love, wrote Aunt Brenda. In the short 3 months we had with him, Adi filled our lives with joy and happiness. He was his mom's whole world. He was his dad's pride and joy. He was their lifetime and our happiness. Ajax residents Gokulnath Manivanan and Ashwitha Jawahar were inside the vehicle the night their son and Manivanan's parents, who'd been visiting from India, were killed.
At the funeral, the baby's aunt said that while his life may have been cut tragically short, he's woven into the fabric of their lives forever.
The crash that killed 3 of the vehicle's 5 occupants took place after multiple Durham police cruisers pursued a cargo van in the wrong direction, following a robbery at an LCBO in Bowmanville. The SIU is now looking into the circumstances surrounding that chase.
Officers followed the cargo van through numerous streets in Durham region as the vehicle drove erratically.
At any point, that could have been called off and this tragedy would have been avoided. And in fact, it had been called off because that's protocol in this country, that if it's more dangerous to pursue than to let them go, you let them go.
Stevenson Road, the cargo van entered Highway 401, traveling in the wrong direction.
This witness, who was nearly hit by the suspect vehicle that was fleeing from police, told Global News what he saw.
All the cop cars chasing him, then I realized, oh my gosh, what is happening? Where's the helicopter? Because I can only see something bad happening this.
And it did, for the family laying their baby boy to rest just days after his grandparents. There are going to be days when we are going to look for them in the corners of our home, wrote Adi's aunt in her eulogy. There are going to be nights when we're going to be hearing for their laughter. It is on those days we have to remember the three of them are together. The family thanked their community and the strangers who they said have shared in their grief and honored Adi's short life. Karen Lieberman, Global News.
Again, just tragic, tragic story that could have been prevented had the police followed the proper protocol, but they were too miffed by this person who pulled a knife on an off-duty officer that they had to chase him. Like, just, where is the thinking of chasing him down the wrong way on the highway? Like so many more multiple cruisers, because what will happen in a lot of instances is you see this van coming towards you and you do this as it passes. So you might not be aware of the 6 cruisers that are also barreling towards you. But there is going to be some consequences for this. You know, they're going to be held accountable.
Police officers and emergency dispatchers in Durham region have been instructed to complete a mandatory training course on suspect pursuits within the next 2 months. The move comes in light of
They have to take a mandatory online training course in the next 2 months.
of a wrong-way highway crash that killed an infant and his grandparents last week. Manisa Dandabalan joins us live with more on this. Manisa?
Adam, police say the training is required annually, but confirm the instructions to complete it within a 2-month time frame are due to the tragic crash on April 29th. Ontario's police watchdog said a 60-year-old man and a 55-year-old woman who were visiting from India and their 3-month-old grandson died in the crash that involved a van being chased by police while going the wrong way on Highway 401. The baby's parents, who live in Ajax, survived. The Special Investigations Unit said Durham Region Police were chasing a cargo van that had been identified as a vehicle of interest in an alleged liquor store robbery in Clarington, with the pursuit shifting to Highway 401. The driver of the van, who was also killed in the crash, was identified as a 21-year-old man, while a 38-year-old...
And that's what all the other news networks are saying, a 21-year-old man. So far, that Toronto Star article I read to you is the only one with the criminal history, or not even criminal history, it's more just what he was charged with history, and stating that he was out on bail.
Old man, male passenger, suffered serious injuries. The tragedy raised questions about whether an alleged liquor store robbery warrants a police chase into oncoming traffic on a busy highway. Adam?
I don't think that's a question. No, it doesn't warrant that. Like, again, this is just, the right wing will use this as an opportunity to say, oh, look at those libs, they're soft on crime, bail reform. When the police had plenty of time to call off that chase before it got onto that highway. for a couple bottles of fucking liquor. And most of those right-wingers that will be crying about that too, I guarantee you, a large portion of them have stolen a bottle of liquor here or there, or stolen something else from a store. You know, they've gone through the grocery store with that case of pop on the bottom rack that wasn't caught by the cashier. And they knew that but didn't say anything. I guarantee you that a large portion of them have done things like that. Do any of those deserve a police chase? A dangerous, dangerous police chase? Mm-mm. So, just to be clear, he shouldn't have stolen the liquor. That's not what caused the crash. Just horrible, horrible story. I hope like hell there are more consequences than just that. That's like on par with like, oh no, somebody said an insensitive thing on Twitter, so now we're going to have a little seminar at work about, you know, proper appropriate use of language in public forums at the company because it made the company look bad. So everyone sit down for this seminar and you know, we'll check a box and saying that everything is taken care of. Having to do a seminar online course that they do yearly anyway. Like if that was the fix for the problem, this wouldn't have happened. It happened because that cop's ego was bruised. And he wanted to make him pay for having the gall to pull a knife on him. Where's the seminar for that? Okay, like, this is a policing problem. The people who are drawn into law enforcement have chips on their shoulders, have grudges, have a need to express power over others. It is, you know, the whole idea of like, oh, it's just a few spoiled apples. It is so. It's the barrel that is causing the apples to become rotten. We need to defund. Sorry, my brain is really fried at this point because it's been a long night. We need to defund, dismantle, reinvent. These problems didn't come out of the blue. They're a result of the blue. Okay. Let's check the Sandbox. This has been a long stream. Like I said, there's going to be another stream tomorrow. The subject matter is not this heavy. It's not this heavy. Talking about reproductive rights, some queer issues, Ontario shenanigans around healthcare and Doug Ford, that sort of thing. Yeah, let's check the Sandbox, and then we'll take a couple deep breaths, and we'll start finding ways to maybe try to unwind from this. Soul Life TYT says it's not poor people who steal, it's rich gang members, but they say bail reform is bad. Which one is it? The vast majority of people who steal are doing it because they don't have money. Like they're tight on cash. It really is. You know, there are a portion of them that feel like they're above it, like they don't need to, they shouldn't have to. But if you're stealing a tube of toothpaste, it's because you need the toothpaste. Or if you're stealing hundreds of tubes of toothpaste in a heist to resell, it's because you desperately need that money to survive. It is you know, you solve the problems in society and a lot of this will go away. And the thing is that it will take a lot of work. There's no quick fixes to it. You can't just implement one program, and if that one program fails, say, we don't have any other choice than to keep on locking everyone up. No, there's going to be trials of programs, and those programs will fail. That's how you find out. That's how you know if they work. It doesn't mean you stop trying after one failure. And it takes more than a program. Again, it's so layered that a lot of these programs don't even have a chance of working when all the other outlying issues that are causing it are not being dealt with. That's why sometimes you'll see these housing first initiatives that fall flat on their face. Because like, oh, we offered this, but then they tore apart the apartment and they wouldn't pay and blah, blah, blah. And look at the poor landlords. Those programs are in a system that is designed for it to fail. Like, it's impossible for them to work when all the other issues are not being dealt with. And we're not just talking about like some mental health care, because that is usually provided with these housing first initiatives. But why are these people in crisis in the first place? Why aren't they able to get those good paying jobs? Why aren't they able to get the health care they need? You know, what is wrong in society that is leading to all this despair and hopelessness? That there's no point in participating in such a toxic, capitalistic, garbage place to live, where their souls aren't feeling like they're growing at all, because it's just stripped away from them. Humanity is stripped away from people in order to feed the corporate, greedy cycle. Like, until those issues are dealt with, a lot of these programs will not work. But it doesn't mean we stop trying. If I stopped trying to get my mental health under control because a few types of counseling didn't work, I wouldn't be here today. You never know what's going to be the thing that works. And sometimes that thing that didn't work before might be the thing that works now. Okay. Everyone, let's take a deep breath. And let's start to unwind from this. It's been a rough live stream, long live stream. Rough, long live stream. And I'm going to eat some discounted chocolate that I got from Easter. And I'm torn because I have some mini eggs, but they're a bit crunchy. So I have these also like foiled covered eggs. And I don't know how appropriate it is to eat on a live stream, especially for people who might not be able to get this chocolate, but you know, it helps me. And sometimes it's just the little things that can go a long way when you're trying to decompress from all of this noise. So, we'll read some of the comments, and then we'll get on to some more lighter conversation. My dogs are golf. Once again, cops escalating a situation way above where it should be. Bad Lefty, Sandy sold out to Big Soda. Yes, I have. I've been addicted to Diet Coke since I was a teenager. And for all those people out there that say, oh, it's so bad for your health, I'm still here. It has not caused anything wrong with me. And I have been on it for years and years and years. And in fact, there was this one period of time where I just stopped. Like it was some sort of autistic thing where it's like suddenly I had hit a saturation point and I just went cold turkey on it for a couple years. And do you know what difference there was? None. Absolutely none. And a lot of the people are be like, oh, don't you know, I heard in some no-name magazine somewhere that the aspartame in that is going to kill you. You shouldn't drink it. It's horrible for you. Well, I have yet to hear of anyone dying of secondhand Diet Coke. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. And so this is my little advice, and I'm sticking to it. The caffeine helps me relax. ADHD thing. Ugh. Let's see. I think I saw the comment, but I didn't catch who put it in of the if you see someone stealing, no you didn't. Just the idea of and the idea of store employees feeling obligated to go after people. Like when I worked in retail, it was instructed that you don't interfere because you don't put your life in danger for merchandise. But sometimes people feel so much pressure for their job, or you know, if it's a store manager, sometimes they take it personally too. But getting involved with this sort of thing, you never know what's going to happen, and it's not worth the risk. You know, your life, your health, your well-being is not worth the $60 in liquor. Looney Tunes 9000, you seem to be surprised about that story. And Bad Lefty saying it's a minor miracle that this wasn't a double-digit car pileup with God only knows how many car casualties. Yeah. I covered the story in great detail. And it, like I said, it's basically, it was inevitable that that was how it was going to end. And it was just luck that more people weren't killed. And that's it. That's all that was. JAR online training courses are a joke and are often a way to line the pockets of a friend of the organization that happens to be in that job. Somebody, my dogs are goth. They need to release that cop's name. Those cops' names. There was about 6 cruisers. I think I read somewhere that one of them was trying to justify it by saying, oh, the lights would grab their attention and cause drivers to look forward. And it's like, no. Like I said, this is what happens. You see the cube van coming towards you. That's what you focus on. And you get busy, you know, making sure you don't hit it. And then this is what you do. That is the most natural instinct in that instant, is to look at that van as it's going by, which would mean you're missing the 6 other cruisers coming your way. Soul Life, I bet he took the last online course 10 months, and that's why he's given 2 months to complete it. Yeah, that's entirely possible if it's once a year. You know, oh, well, it has to be completed in the next 2 months because that's the yearly quota. JAR, the only officers I've had good experience with are ones that have been involved with food security I ran during pandemic. Like, I have had decent interactions with the police. I've, you know, but I went through like a mental health group program where there was a former cop in there, and just the trauma she dealt with on the force. Because a lot of the ones that are good either turn bad or leave because they can't handle it. But, you know, it's not to say that there aren't some good cops somewhere out there. There are. But that doesn't excuse the system that is just broken beyond belief, because those few good cops overall don't make a difference, because this keeps on happening. So it doesn't matter that there's a few good cops. when this is allowed to continue? It jumped. Where was it? Oh, Looney Tunes 9000. I said fucking sick. Oh, I thought you said feeling sick, and I was just going to say, I hope you feel better soon. But no, that story was sick. Let's see. Jar. Ah, yes, the poor landlords like PP. Yeah, I watched a couple videos on it recently to see, because CBC is very pro landlord. If you ever watch the Corporations Before Canadians broadcast, news network, they're very pro landlord, and they did a couple stories on it, and that's my reference to the Housing First thing. And they just focus on a couple small landlords who are just suffering so much because the tenants destroyed the property, and they took the chance. They got into a small business. Most small businesses do not succeed. Jar, some of the most successful streamers eat constantly, LOL. They get a whole buffet on their desk. Yeah, I don't want to do that. It's not my style. It's not my... I'll drink in front of everyone, as people see either my mocha mixes or my Diet Coke. But a part of it too is I know the sound of chewing can be very disconcerting for people. And that's why I choose the foiled eggs, because there's no hard shell on them or anything, and there's no loud chewing noises. Soul Life, no ASMR, thank God. Yeah, that's the point. I don't want to gross people out with the chewing sound. Jar, aspartame can't be any worse than how much sugar is in soda. That's how I see it. Rebecca Watson has actually covered this issue before. And yeah, like the amount of aspartame somebody would have to ingest in order to have any sort of side effect to it is like humanly impossible. Like it's just impossible. That the amounts that you can just normally ingest over a lifetime means nothing. And there's no sugar in it. So like for the regular sodas that are just loaded in sugar, those are really bad for your health for very obvious reasons, but there's no sugar in Diet Coke. So, you know what? As far as vices go, it's not so bad. Zameth's been lurking for a bit, sending good vibes to everyone. Yes, well, we're getting into the good vibe mode now. Zemeth, that CBC video report landlords was in my suggested viewing list. I did not find that helpful. Yeah, well, both of them are popping up in my list. The CBC, Corporations Before Canadians. And I watched both of them, and they were both just stating the same thing and focusing on these poor, small landlords. But it's like, that's not the problem. The problem is the corporate landlords for the most part. And generally speaking, it's like, oh no, these tenants can't afford to pay rent. So we're losing money, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, can't we solve the problem of them not being able to afford rent? Like, that's the issue there, is that a lot of people just can't afford it anymore. If you're on disability, if you're just even working minimum wage jobs, it's impossible. So we'll start unwinding. Yes, the Aurora Borealis is actually within visible range to a lot of people. Last night there was an overcast, so I didn't get to see them here, but I have seen them before. When I went up north to my father's burial, so way back when, and this has been on my mind lately because my father would have turned 71 on the 13th, so a couple days from now. That's 10 years older than he would have been. Yeah, he passed away when he was 61. And since he lived in northern Alberta, went there in November for the funeral, but then back in May around his birthday for the burial. Because, whole solid ground thing, it's easier to bury in the spring. But the place where the town he grew up in is a 7-hour drive north of Edmonton. So that's, yeah. And on my second trip there, I was able to see them. They weren't spectacular. Like, they were still really cool to see, and I got some pictures of them, but they weren't like full night sky or anything. And those are something that, you know, if people really want to see the Aurora Borealis, there's always, you know, they happen regularly enough that you can make a trip up north and possibly see them. But then every now and then we get a solar storm like we have right now, and it actually launches them down further south. So in my area, it is possible that if there's not an overcast tonight, all you have to do is just drive a little bit out of city limits and you'll be able to see them. Like, even in city limits, like I recall once when I was like a teenager looking up thinking, I think those are the Northern Lights. And they probably were. So even in the city, you can see it, but it's best if you can to just go into a dark field. Yeah, go into a dark field all by yourself in the middle of the night. Or if you can, just get out of town a little bit and you'll be able to see them. And they are very beautiful. It's like one of those natural phenomenons of the world that are just so incredible. So incredible. So it should still be going on tonight for people who are living far enough north to see them. That's always, you know, natural, wonderful phenomena. So I was thinking, as a way to help people unwind, I want to know in the chat, what is your guilty pleasure movie? What movie do you watch that you know is ridiculous? Like, I have a few. I have a whole bunch, actually. But a couple of the classics that I have, even though I haven't actually seen them in ages, so I wouldn't mind just watching them again sometime soon. Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme. That movie is just so wonderfully campy. Like, it knew what it was and it embraced it. It just embraced the campiness. And, you know, it's just such a fun movie, the way that it is. And then there's this other more lesser known movie out there that is a guilty pleasure of mine because, again, on the scale of ridiculousness, this is like S tier ridiculous movie. It's called Space Truckers. It is exactly what you think it is. There's some space pirates and stuff, and at one point when they're floating around in one of the ships, but there's no gravity, you can actually see the wires holding them up. And there's a guy in there with a wind-up glowing dong. You don't actually get to see it, but you get the gist of it. It's just, that movie is just so beyond campy and stuff. And the premise of it and everything, like with the square pigs at the beginning and stuff. It's a wonderfully campy movie. So if you have the opportunity to see Space Trucker through some sort of site you might use to see movies and stuff, give it a watch. It is quite the movie. But I think right now, like, one of my current guilty pleasures is Hobbs and Shaw. So that's part of the whole Fast and the Furious. And to be honest, Fast and the Furious is a guilty pleasure of mine. All of the movies in that franchise. But there's something just even more delightful about Hobbs and Shaw. The interactions between Jason Statham and Dwayne Johnson. So much fun. And again, it's just ridiculous. Like, that series started off with, like, these are normal people with normal motivations, and, you know, you can see the average person in them to, they are mutants, like superheroes. Some of them just know everything and are geniuses, and they never seem to die, and they can pull off all these stunts that are just so over the top. But the Hobbs and Shaw it was over the top and had all of that, but it also had a much kind of lighter, campy vibe to it that I really appreciated. And well, Ezra Elger, is that how you say his name? Oh, God, love his voice. He just, his voice is liquid gold. It's just, his accent just perfect. But when you watch those, it's very important that after you watch it, I'm making this creed right now for anyone in the Sandbox. If you watch the Fast and the Furious movies and you watch Hobbs and Shaw, you then have to watch their pitch meetings. Because that just makes it so much better. Let's see. Bad Lefty, I seen them last night. It made my day, week, month, but to be honest, it's been a tough month. And it was stunning. Yes, I would love to see like the full sky of it. Like it was so frustrating when I went to Alberta because the first night there in May, because you know, you're so far up north, I had been up for almost 24 hours because I'm unable to sleep on a plane. And it was midnight and it was still light out and I was done. I crashed and I went to bed. But since it was like a huge family gathering on a family farm type thing, some of the younger kids and my cousins and stuff were camping out in the fields and stuff. And one of them, apparently in the middle of the night, when it was actually dark out, went out of the tent to go to the washroom. And she's like, oh yeah, they were spectacular. She was whistling at them because apparently that's what you do and blah, blah, blah. And my cousin looked at her and was like, why didn't you go wake up the city folk and bring them out here to see that? But I did get to see it the next night, and it was so wild because, you know, it was a ribbon of green, and that's the amount of it, but it was still beautiful to see, and I got, you know, a couple of nice pictures of it. But it wasn't like the spectacular northern lights that you would think of. But while I was there, because again, very northern Alberta, and very dark, like it gets dark there without, you're so far away from like light pollution of the big cities and stuff. And I'm out there doing the photography at night. And I had my tripod set up and everything. And all I could hear around me was like this curtain of coyote calls. Like just a lot of barking and howling. And it was like so overwhelming. And at one point, the farm dog ran up to me. And I'm like, okay, you're approaching me very friendly. So you're the dog. You're the good dog and stuff. But all around me, I was hearing these coyotes, and I'm looking at my cousin like, is this normal? And she's like, what? She was so used to it, she didn't hear it. Because that was just the normal ambient to her. Kind of like when you get used to an accent, or when you live in a city, you're often unaware that you're always hearing the traffic. Like when I lived in Toronto, it didn't matter where you were in the city. There was always a white noise of traffic, no matter the time, day or night, because, you know, there's always traffic somewhere in Toronto on higher levels. And so it's interesting what you just get used to and then you no longer hear. Let's see. But if you have a chance to see them tonight, if they're still out tonight, you know, try. Zameth, your personal home gets a pass, your first income property gets a pass, then 25% tax on your second, yeah, and just increasing the tax on all these other housing, and reinvest money into public and co-op housing. Yeah, like part of it is it shouldn't be on the small landlords to provide this housing first initiative. That should be socialized housing, like that should be government-led housing that does that, so that if there are problematic tenants, it's the government dealing with it and bearing the cost. And, you know, like the only category of landlord that I actually feel sorry for is like somebody who owns a home and is renting out their basement or something because they desperately need the help to keep the mortgage, you know, because they're underwater as well. Like my mom was in that situation in the house that she lived in. She wasn't renting it out because she wanted to. It was because she couldn't afford as a single parent to be able to afford the house after she had bought it from my grandparents, because then she then helped them buy a house because my grandfather was getting older and couldn't go up and down the stairs. And so she helped them buy another house that was just, you know, more one story. And originally my stepfather was supposed to move in with us, but that's when they separated, thank God. So she couldn't keep up with the cost of it, and the house was definitely big enough. Like, it was way back when an older house, like a century home, and it was actually divvied up into different sections. And so she didn't really have a choice. Like, I lived in part of it when I was older as like my own apartment. But you know, she wasn't renting it out because she wanted to. She had to. And those are the landlords that I kind of feel sorry for. But like, if you decide to have, oh, I have all this extra money and I'm going to put it into this property so that I can become like a landlord, and like some of the people on those videos were getting all miffed and being like, I will never buy a home again for like a landlord purpose. It's like, good, don't. Like, it's a small business, you take that risk, but it should be the government taking the risk by using socialized housing. Bad Lefty, any action movie from the late 80s, early 90s, Beverly Hills Cops, Demolition Man. With Sylvester Stallone and, oh, I know his name. I see his face. Yes, Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone and stuff. Oh, and Judge Dredd too. Yeah, there was a lot of good campy movies from that time. They had a lot of good actors too in that movie. Okay, how is the actor I want not at the top of this list? I'm sure a lot of people know who I'm talking about, though. And then it was also Sandra Bullock. She was in that movie as well. In fact, her name isn't popping up on here either, which is really weird. Sorry, I get distracted sometimes. Why? Why is... They were like main characters. Why are they not at the top of the list? That is so weird. Because it has Sylvester Stallone. Then it goes to... Oh, I'm looking at Judge Dredd when I meant to be... That would explain it. When I meant... What did I mean? That's Judge Dredd, but then there's that other one. Where he was frozen? Oh my god. Where he was frozen and he came back in the future. This is so sad of me. Judge Dredd, okay, yeah. Anyway, I'll, as this is loading up, I'll look at some stuff. Hunger Games 1989, the Hunger Games series, really? You know, I read the books and I watched the movies, and I think they did a bit of a mismatch. I wasn't... I liked the premise of it. I don't think that they were executed particularly well. And with the books, I think what it was is that the main character, Katniss, was just so plain, but all the other characters around her had like really interesting stories and characters and stuff of that sort that made the books interesting. But then it's like, because the main character, Katniss herself, was not necessarily a great character in the movies, it's like they removed the personalities of all the other characters around her and their stories in order to just kind of make her seem a little bit better. Demolition Man. Did I actually say Demolition Man and then completely forget that I said Demolition Man? Because that's entirely possible that I said Demolition Man, then I said Judge Dredd when I was talking about these movies. Wesley Snipes! That's it. Wesley Snipes. Okay, yes. Demolition Man. Monope Vamps is a fun and silly movie, and it's on YouTube. Oh, I might have to check it out. Oh, Johnny Mnemonic from Zaymeth. Jar, Come Pow, Enter the Fist. It's wild. I believe I've seen it. Yeah. Zaymeth, Princess Bride. That was my cup of tea. Bad Lefty, Snatch. There was also an interesting movie called Go. That is more raver related shenanigans of 20-somethings trying to figure their lives out. I haven't seen it much, but I vaguely remember it. There was an actor around that time that I really liked, and so I was watching all of his movies, and I think he was in it. Scottish actor, just beautiful accent. I am a sucker for accents. I don't know if I've seen Snatch. I might have to give that one a try. Drunken Master 2. Oh, there's Trolls 2. If you guys haven't seen it, totally not related to Trolls 1. But again, there's homework with it. If you watch Trolls 2, you then have to watch the documentary about it. So the documentary was made like 10 years later by the actor who played the boy in it. Oh my God. When you put those two together, it is... wow. It is crazy that that movie was made. Pitch meetings. Yes, Looney Tune 9000. You have homework to go on to YouTube. And so there's a pitch meetings channel, but before that, it was part of Screen Rant. So it's done by a guy named Ryan George, who also has his own channel, which is fabulous comedy to watch. Canadian, that's why he's Canadian. And so if you like honest trailers and stuff, you'd probably like Pitch Meetings. And Pitch Meetings is just him talking to himself, like doing the two character things where he's pitching, he's the writer guy talking to the studio guy, pitching the idea of the story and just poking holes in it and all that sort of fun stuff, and studio guy being like, but I like money, all that sort of stuff. Really fun things to watch. So Pitch Meetings not too long ago got moved to its own channel, but they haven't uploaded all the old Pitch Meetings to it. So you have to split it between the two. But normally if you just type in movie and then Pitch Meeting, it'll come up. So if you type in Hobbs and Shaw Pitch Meeting, it'll come up. Twilight Pitch Meeting, like 50 Shades of Grey Pitch Meeting. Actually, the Pitch Meeting for the Twilight movies, so so funny. So funny. And then, yeah, Ryan George. I actually have his collector's posters that he does once a year for fundraising. Because if you go to his channel and you watch his pitch meetings, you do get a sense he's a very progressive guy in just some of his jokes where it's, again, he's playing both characters, split screen style, and like his commentary around the plague, you know, around COVID. And he does this thing where he's like a time traveling news broadcaster or journalist or something. And so he's from the 90s and he's talking from the 2000s saying, please, can you take me back? And just going over things. So good. Like if you need a lot of laughs, just go to the Ryan George channel and binge. And then go to the pitch meetings and binge. I am such a big fan of his. Jar, a comfort movie is Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything. Julie Noor, Patrick Swayze. Some of my comfort movies are disaster movies. San Andreas. So love that movie. I love disaster. Natural disaster slasher flicks. Carrie says, I saw Aurora last night, but it clouded up so quickly. Well, hopefully again tonight there's a chance. And like I said, it's not like a rarity like an eclipse is. It does happen semi-frequently. And sometimes these solar storms can cause a bit of a risk to the power grid, but they always, in the media, in the news, they'll always hype it up far bigger than the risk actually is. But if you guys want to watch a pitch meeting right now or a Ryan George video to just kind of help unwind, I've watched them on the Christmas Day special that I did. And I didn't get a strike, so we should be able to watch them. If any of you want to watch a Ryan George video, just say yay. And they always help put me in a better mood. So let me know in the Sandbox if you want to watch a Ryan George clip. And I won't do a pitch meeting because they're spoilers, so I don't know who's seen the movies. But his channel, it's all fine stuff. But yeah, pitch meetings, spoiler alert. So only watch ones for movies that you've seen. Afrophonics, hello everyone, and hello to you. Thank you for coming in at the very last moment when we're trying to unwind from such a heavy live stream. Looney Tunes 9000, I do not want to go 5 hours. Because I'm doing this again tomorrow, but it shouldn't be as long tomorrow. And like I said, much lighter tomorrow. You know, talking about reproductive rights, Ontario shenanigans, a lot of queer things coming up in the news, so we'll be going over that. We have some people saying yes to Ryan George videos. Okay, let me, I will look for some of my favorites. Oh, I have one in mind. Let's just do it this way. Ryan George. There we go. Let's see. Videos. I don't know what the video is called, but I know which one I want to watch with you guys. He's taking a little bit of a break right now. He got married not too long ago and just had a little baby. No, where is it? Okay, that one's good too. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, I see it. I see the one that I want to do. And then there might be other ones. These are nice short videos too. And so this is one where he gets a lot more goofy. Because sometimes he'll do costumes of himself as like a little kid or animals and stuff. And well, let's just watch.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. So this one is when your pet stares at nothing.
Oh boy, look at you over there. You sure are a good dog over there. Look at you go, being good and everything. Maybe after this episode we go for a WALK, huh? Would you like that? Oh man, if you could spell, you'd be freaking out. You'd be hey buddy, what you looking at? There's nothing there. I don't love when you do that. Are you seeing something that my human eyes can't see? I'm just gonna go back to the TV. Hey, kill your owner. Go ahead, do it. Kill him. I'm a ghost. Go ahead, kill your owner. It'd be hilarious if you did that.
I would never take this man's life, you son of a bitch.
You're literally a son of a bitch.
Irrelevant.
Well,
I will protect this man's life until my dying breath, and only over my lifeless body will you ever be able to. And then I'll send you back to hell where you belong.
All right, jeez.
I like this guy. He's a good guy.
I can see that, man. Obsessed much? What about you? You down to kill him? Oh, yeah, already working on it. Okay, awesome. It's gonna be funny.
Like, he's one of the guys where I can actually watch his ad reads that he does, because he does his ad reads like he has his own universe for his ad reads, which is just phenomenal.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for meeting me here. Yeah, no problem.
Of course.
So you know that big blue glowing orb we found in a cave last night?
The one we all touched and then we glowed and then we each went to our respective homes without telling anyone else for some reason?
Well, last night I got to experimenting.
That blue orb?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, got it.
So anyway, check this out.
Oh my god, he's developed a hatred for bananas.
No, that's not it. Just wait for it.
Whoa! It moved.
You see? I think we've developed telekinetic powers.
You got a little something.
Oh, yeah, I think that's just a thing when you use these powers. I mean, you've seen movies.
I have seen movies. Just the other week I was watching 27 Dresses with, that actress there.
Right, I meant more like superhero movies. You know, those characters always get like a single drop of blood when they use telekinetic powers.
All right, let me try.
Okay, just make sure to focus and also do this, because that's one of the only ways to visually represent telekinesis.
Got it.
Hey, you did it!
There it is. There's the drop of blood.
Very, very cool.
I got powers. That's crazy.
Oh, God.
What's going on?
I'm gonna be real, that is a worrisome amount, I think.
Oh my god.
Hey!
Oh my god!
That's kind of a, wow.
What do I do?
I don't know, it's always just a single drop in movies. I don't know.
Oh, why did you make me do that?
Katherine Heigl, tilt your head back.
This is just making the blood go down my throat.
I thought you were vegan.
It's not stopping.
I don't know what.
Hey. Tell me the truth, am I dying? Is this how I die?
I'm
gonna lie down, I think, real quick on the ground.
Okay, he's gonna lie down. Yeah, that might help.
I don't think he's okay.
All right, my turn.
Well, wait, hold on. I'm not so sure you should anymore.
I'll be fine. I'm pretty sure the nosebleed thing just means you have a weak brain.
Kind of a bold assumption to make, don't you think?
Here we go.
All right. Oh my god. Hey, you did it!
Yes.
And no nosebleed. I guess maybe you were right.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, I have to go.
All right.
You should probably go to the hospital.
Where do you think I'm going?
I should probably go join him.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, some people know the Adstronaut. He does his ad reads with. Oh. Speaking of palate cleansers, we'll get through a couple more of them. And speaking of palate cleansers, we have an Abernathy. And Lanier is right there, wondering if there's enough room for him to squeeze onto my lap. Oh, there. Abernathy's down. Lanier. Aw. He went after his brother. Not uncommon. I'm going to get to another one. These are just like so great. I love his things so much. I want to get to one where he mocks the plague, COVID. Well, there's a few of them. Like, that's the thing. There's so many good ones. Like the naming stuff. And yeah, I get his collector's posters. I'm actually really pissed off at Abernathy. He damaged one of them. And trying to get the push pin out. And yeah, like all the proceeds to these posters go towards a good cause. Oh, I mentioned this one, so why don't we do this? This genre of them.
This video is sponsored by Pixel Empire. More about them at the end of the sketch. It's the 90s. The year is 1996. Welcome back to the show. I'm here with our time-traveling reporter who's reporting live from the year 2022. Once again, I hate it here. Please bring me back to the 90s immediately, please. No. And so how's everything going in 2022? Well, not well. Everybody's angry at each other all the time. There's a weird feeling of impending doom, and I'm doing my best to hide from Elon Musk. Elon Musk? What is that, like a very big secretion from an animal's glands? No, Elon Musk is this guy here in 2022 who, if I understand correctly, is just impregnating everyone he comes across. Oh my god. Yeah, he's got like 10 kids that we know of, and they just keep popping out of the woodwork all the time. Like, there's one right there. Okay, no, that's a fire hydrant, but still. How do you know all this? Well, this information rectangle just keeps vibrating with stories about this guy. It seems like the media is obsessed with him at the moment. Wow, so who is this guy? Tell me a bit about him. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, I haven't done a ton of research, but it seems like he was part of a company called PayPal in the late 90s, and then throughout the years his hair kind of grew back. Oh, well, that's good to know. If I start losing my hair in the next couple of years, I can just start using PayPal. Yeah, PayPal seems like a fantastic hair regrowth company for sure. So how did he go from that to impregnating everybody? Oh, it looks like he's got a bunch of companies now, and they're all very futuristic and techy. Like what? Well, he's got this one major one called SpaceX. SpaceX? Whoa, the future's not messing around. What? Taking the Mile High Club to the next level. Jeez. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I said SpaceX. Oh. Yeah, he's like making space rockets and stuff. He really wants to get humanity to Mars. Wow, well, helping humanity reach further into the cosmos, gotta respect that. Yeah, kind of feels like more of an escape plan, to be honest. Escape from what? Just all of it. Oh. He also has a really popular electric car company called Tesla. Electric cars, huh? Well, it sounds like at least people are getting the environment under control in the future. No. Wow, okay, well, dang it. Yeah, not doing super well in that regard. A lot of stuff seems to be on fire or underwater pretty often. All right, wow, yeah, okay, that does sound like a bummer, but still, I'm kind of excited to try one of those Tesla cars out. Well, the first one comes out in 2008, and you die in 2004, so that's not gonna happen. Oh my god, how does it happen? Am I sick? Yeah, you're pretty cool. You're a pretty cool guy. Elon Musk also has The Boring Company. Oh, well then, I mean, I don't want to hear about that one then. No, it's not. That doesn't sound interesting. Just move on past that one. All right. Maybe tell me about some of the good stuff this guy has done. How about that? Sure. I mean, seems like a couple of years ago, some kids were trapped in a cave and Elon Musk was trying to figure out how to get them out. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, but then when they didn't use his idea, he called one of the rescuers a pedophile kind of out of nowhere. Oh, well, that's less nice. Yeah, pretty messed up behavior, but Elon Musk is a troll, to be fair. They have those in the future? Is that how I die? No, I'm talking about something called an internet troll. They kind of post stuff in order to get a reaction or to provoke. How do I die, though? And this guy seems to post a bunch of jokes on this website called Twitter. Oh, so he's like a writer and a comedian, too? No, these are pretty much all stolen. Are they funny? Not particularly, no. Yes, they are. They're genius. Who's that? Oh, that's this thing in the future. Elon Musk has a bunch of really intense followers, so you can't say anything critical of him or they pop out and start yelling at you. You're just jealous because Elon Musk is the smartest man alive. Jeez. He's a deeply flawed man. I would die for him. All right, well then you do that. That's kind of intense. Yeah, I think maybe they think he'll notice them or something. I'm not sure what that's about. So what else should I know about Mr. Musk? Oh, well, sounds like he wanted to buy that Twitter thing. He offered a bunch of money for it too. Oh? But then he said there were more bots on there than he thought, so he's trying to back out of that deal. Oh, I knew robots would be a thing in the future. That's kind of awesome. No, these aren't like cool robots. bots or anything. They mostly try to get you to click on adult websites and steal your personal info while using poor grammar. Okay, well listen, this Elon guy sounds kind of like a human tornado, but at least one person can only have so much effect on the world. He's the richest man alive and the stock market freaks out every time he tweets. Oh, holy shit. Hey there.
Back to an earlier time before Musk actually owned Twitter. Okay, one more. Let's see. Let's try for like a kind of different genre that he does. But he's been doing this for a long time. Just absolutely great stuff. Like all of these. I've seen like pretty much all his videos. His what are you chewing? Let's see. Yeah, as you can see by all the red lines, sometimes I just get into a binge of watching his stuff. Like even though I've seen his videos probably more than once, I will go back and watch them. Sure, let's do a first guy ever.
This video is sponsored by Sheets and Giggles. More about them at the end of the sketch. Hi there, young man. Hello. Oh, hey, I don't know you. I'm one of the people that people decided decides things. Oh, okay. So good news, you're gonna listen to this guy a lot now, I decided, okay? Hi. What? Why? Well, because me and him, we're gonna die. Oh, my God. What, right now? No, probably not right now, but eventually, you know, everybody our age is gonna die. Oh, because of time and stuff? Exactly. Very good. So this guy's gonna tell you the stuff that we know, so you know it by the time we're all dead, okay? Kind of dark. Yeah, it's a little morbid. Try not to think about that part too much. But then this way you could tell it to people that are younger than you one day, and then you'll die too. Well, I mean, we need people to continue knowing stuff, right? It'd be a lot of work if they have to start over at 0 every generation. But it's not just about passing on information after we're dead, you know? This is also to prepare you for your life. Oh, well, that part sounds kind of nice, so I'll be prepared for anything I want to do. Not really, no. You'll have a base of understanding, but you'll be pretty dumb still. Okay. But I'll be able to get a job? No, you need experience to get a job. This isn't gonna give you experience. Well, how do I get experience? You need to get a job. Oh! So yeah, you're gonna listen to this guy tell you things, okay? And you're gonna listen attentively every day. Could I have some money for pencils? No. Okay. Wait, is this like an everyday thing? Pretty much, yeah. Almost every day of the week, you'll have to work on stuff for several hours. Oh, no. But at the end of the day, you'll go home. Okay. But don't worry, he'll give you some stuff to work on there too. What? Yeah, that will be a thing. Hey, could I have some money for paper? Nope. Oh, and also he's gonna check in once in a while to make sure you've been listening properly. That's right, we're gonna have these things called exams. What's that? That's gonna be the stressful thing where I make sure you've been listening. We're also gonna have tests. Tests? That's gonna be the stressful thing where I make sure you've been listening. We're also gonna have quizzes. Quizzes? That's gonna be the stressful thing where I make sure you've been listening, but sometimes those are gonna be a surprise. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that doesn't sound like a fun surprise. I can say the word pop before those sometimes. Would that help? Not really, no. Well, we need to pretty much keep you stressed out and on edge. That's good practice for when you're older. Hey, can I have some resources for when I get stressed out? No. All right. So, okay, I don't really like the sound of this. Oh, it's non-negotiable. How long is this gonna last? Years. Oh, no. Hey, can I have some money for... Look, I'm not really gonna give you money for that kind of stuff, okay? So lay off. Just try being more passionate about your work. What does that even mean? I don't know. Maybe buy the stuff you need with the money we'll be paying you for your time. Oh, so you're gonna pay me so much I can afford to just buy those things myself? No. Oh. So this is like a year-round thing? Like just all the time? Well, no, you get 2 days off a week, and then obviously the summer is just completely off. Why? Because of farming? Yeah, there you go. Cause you gotta do some farming. I don't do that. Nobody I know does that. Because it gets hot in the summer, okay? Rich people want to go to their lake houses. Is that why? Well, that doesn't seem fair to poor people. Look, do you want summers off or not? Yeah, no, I'll take them. Hi there.
Yeah, love his stuff. Such a huge fan. But Yeah. Well, I hope people are feeling a little bit better from the very heavy show. We are not going 5 hours today, Looney Tunes 9000. Not for the amount that I've been paid for this live stream. Huh. Let's see. So, some projects that I'm working on still, my book. So excited to finally get it done. Looking forward to it. And it would just be nice. And it's one of those things that if you happen to read the book and you're a fan of mine, chances are you'll be able to connect the two, but please don't. Because like I said, I want to try to keep it separate as long as possible. Soul Life, I knew he did movie stuff, but I thought that's all he did. Oh no, he has his own channel. That's where he started. So, okay, I haven't seen all of his videos because he's been at this like a decade and some of his first videos are really bad. But he's been doing this for like a decade and just so many good videos. Like if you need to binge and just be in a good move and laugh, like go to his channel. And like I said, he's also very progressive in his views. Like the videos he made around COVID are hilarious, or just capitalism sometimes are hilarious. It's, yeah. You heard Sandy Mouse Gun? I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't necessarily read emojis. Ryan George has a video about that. About political presidential candidates that debate using emojis. It's, again, really funny guy. See, I need to find someone like him. All the men that I find wildly attractive are already taken. But yeah, it'd be nice to be with a guy that's actually funnier than me. I don't necessarily come across as funny in my videos, but in real life, I'm a hoot. My sarcasm is unlike anyone else. And I've been wanting to do some videos kind of similar to that, but more in a political, like definitely political geared way. Oh, right, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. I'll have to call my mom. And yeah, I don't know what else. Perhaps be less funny, bad lefty. I don't think so. That's actually a statistic that's out there that men don't like women who are funnier than them. So I think now I get a pass because I'm an NB, so that shouldn't matter anymore. But I do have a very intense sarcasm, and since a lot of the people I like tend to be on the spectrum of neurodivergence, sometimes they really don't get it, and it's led to some awkward situations. But for the people who get my sarcasm, they get it. We have a Lanier. Show everyone your little evil goatee. Your white goatee. Cute. Oh. And yeah, I don't know. Letterhack and I were talking after the stream we did, and we're both interested in doing another one of those. where we talk more about relationships and how to develop them, because I'm the prime person to talk about relationships. My experience with them. But actually, the ironic thing is that I've been very good at giving relationship advice to other people. It's the autist in me. I study human behavior. But it's like those people who study wolves, they study wolves and they know wolves inside and out, and they know their interactions and how they talk, and they can see their dynamics and understand it completely. But if they try to go in there and act like a wolf, they'll get eaten. And that's kind of how I feel like sometimes with my autism. Because I can look at other people and I study them and I understand their interactions, and I get where they're going with other people, and I know where that's from, and I know why they're thinking this and why they're doing this and all that sort of stuff. But whenever it's directed towards me, or I try to express these same things, like it's just flat. Like it doesn't work. So anything directed towards me, it's like I don't understand. And when I try to, when I used to try to mimic these behaviors, it never came across as authentic, because it wasn't. But when I do try to interact with people in a way I think they understand, quite often they still don't. Yeah. Afrophonics, I could use some relationship advice from time to time. I've always given very good relationship advice to people. Also, job hunting advice, like resume building and stuff, been great with those. I've helped several people get jobs. You see, the problem I have, I have a couple problems. Main problem I have is my resume not being able to put down that I have a college diploma, because I didn't finish college for reasons. And but the other hurdle I run into is the interview. Because again, I don't know how to interact appropriately, because you get all of these little tips and tricks for interviews about how to win it. And it's not about being yourself. It's about trying to figure out what they want to hear and then telling them that. But then what if what they want to hear isn't something that's authentically you? Then do you still say it? Do you lie? Or they say, try to be unique in this way, and then you be unique in that way, but then you're in an interview where they're looking at you like, prime example is when they say, what is your weakness? Try to come up with a unique and funny little thing to say to that, because that's get asked in every interview. And so I came up with this, oh, so what's your weakness? Cookie dough ice cream. And the thing is that outside of an interview, whenever I've said that to people, they love it. But whenever I've said that in an interview, they look at me like I've lost my mind. Or I remember in high school, I would have teachers say, oh yeah, back when I was in high school, I did this on a test because of this, and that helped me get this because I didn't know the answer to this. But then as soon as you do something similar, the teacher's like, no. Like as soon as I try to do the things, or it's like, how truthful are you on the applications? Because there was one application I was filling out for like a convenience store, and it was like a multiple choice thing for like, do you think it's okay if, you cash out the next day, but you need $20 now, but you can put it back in tomorrow. So do you take like all these just lists and lists and lists of questions? And then it's like, well, do I answer honestly? Because then I'll check like exactly every box, but then will they think I'm lying if I do that I'm just trying to say what they want? So then do I check some of the boxes that might not be so good, but then how many of those do you do? Even though I know that's not something I would do. So how many of those boxes are appropriate to check? Because I have heard that if you just say all the right good things, that they become a little suspicious of you, that you're not being authentic. But then as soon as you not be authentic, then you can run into trouble. Oh, but then there's also like, how do you interact with people? And me, it's like, I'm very direct. They don't like that answer. They really don't. And I don't see the issue with it. I prefer that. I also don't understand annoying little etiquettes like having to acknowledge everyone first thing in the morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, by name. Or I had one coworker who would acknowledge you every time she walked by you. It's just, yeah, my name hasn't changed since this morning. We're good. I don't get it. Like, I don't get, like, why do you have to say hello to everyone when you first get into work? Why? But I'm so used to living on my own. Like, if you're in a family, do you say good morning to everyone when you wake up? Does that work that way? I don't know. I don't. These silly little human interactions. If it weren't for that, I'd be nailing everything. Bad Lefty, you could lie, and yes, I can lie. I just don't know what lie they want to hear. And I'd be very good at lying if I wanted to, but I don't because it's just, why? Why bother? So Dusty Smith is going on. People are leaving for that. I don't know Dusty Smith. Afrophonics, nothing worse than not being taken at your word when you really mean what you say. Yeah, because there's so many neurotypical people who are just very insincere about things. So when you are, as a neurodivergent person, do those things, but you are sincere, people always look at you with suspicion. Like when you just do nice things. Because everyone's like, well, what are you getting at? What do you want? Like, why are you doing this? And it's like, I'm just nice. It's just something I can do. Or people think that you're trying to get into a relationship with them by doing something nice and all that. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done. We're done. I'm done. Let's put it that way. I'm done. I need to eat and watch one of my guilty pleasure movies and play some of my solitaire games on a computer that is ancient. But it has some games that I like on it that are just nice, simple solitaire type games that you just can't get anymore because now they just want to make everything so super fancy and, you know, level up and ads and all this. Is like, no, I just want plain and simple solitaire games. You know, I don't want games that are designed to be addictive. Even though I play these games like I'm addicted to them. But they're just good ways for me to process and unwind. Yeah. But that said, I also need to eat. I haven't eaten yet since breakfast, other than the chocolate you just saw me eat. Okay. Tomorrow, 4 p.m., live stream, Canadian shenanigans, nowhere near as heavy as today. And no, we're not doing a 5-hour stream. I don't care, Jer. We're ending it now. Oh, but I haven't thanked everyone. Okay. That stuff. Do that stuff. You know, all this. A link in the description box for my Amazon wish list. If you can, become a patron because I could really use the money right now. Help with Frodo's vet bills, ongoing vet bill issues and stuff. There's a link to the PayPal in the description box below. Or if you're Canadian, you can send me an e-transfer. If you send me an e-transfer, I thank you profusely. unfortunately, I can't directly respond to you that way. There's no way to just message you back to let you know. So yeah, all of that, every little bit helps, because I do monetize this channel, but I hold back on doing all of the monetizing options to prevent you guys from getting overwhelmed with ads during the live streams. So every little bit helps, liking and sharing, all of that. Thank you to the mods. You guys rock, keeping the sandbox clean of turds. And I think that's everything. Why, thank you, Afro Phonics, for my shirt and necklace matching. Okay, we're done. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.